Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newington Town Council public hearing of January 26th, 2021. We are here this evening to provide an opportunity for interested individuals to express their views regarding the proposed land gift to the town of Newington by the Haltner Estate and RD3 LLC. The proposed gift of land is at 70 Culver Street. So I will open up for conversation by anyone from the public that would like to comment. And I am going over to our attendees window. Well, I see a very familiar name. Let's see. Mayor Z, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mayor Beth.
Welcome.
Well, it's good to be back. Given my track, let me identify myself properly. Roy Zartarian, 25 Stewart Street. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the issue at hand, the acceptance of the Culver Street property by the town. Given my track record with open space preservation, I feel it incumbent to say a few words. I'm very much in favor of this. The town's been doing a lot over the years to preserve open space. What with the Young Farm, the Eddy Farm, Mill Pond Park, and bit by bit, we're getting Cedar Mountain under our control as well. Environmentally, this parcel would add to the town. And I really think in continuing open space preservation as the opportunities present themselves, especially at the right price, as this one appears to be, is really going to be in the long-term interest of the town. That's really all I have to say. So thank you very much, Mayor Beth.
My pleasure, and good to hear from you, Mayor Z. Stay well. All right, we have another member of the public, and the caller ID is Some Poodles. I can only go by what I see. So let me click here to try and unmute. Welcome to the town council meeting. If you would, please state your name and address for the record.
This is Kathleen Marie Clark. I live at 50 Grandview Drive.
Welcome. How are you, Kathleen?
I'm excellent. How are you, Mayor?
Good, thank you.
I'm also speaking with just delight that this donation has been offered to the town, and I hope that we accept it graciously. I also hope that we follow the donor's wishes in keeping it as open space with minimal development on the site. I'd like to state that the existing wildlife population on this piece of property is currently unknown, but we are benefiting from whatever is living there right now, whether we know it or not. For example, there's been many different birds seen in Newington, and those birds are nesting safely on that property now, but are probably being enjoyed by residents at their feeders and by those of us who are bird watchers. Also, carnivores like foxes, coyotes, skunks, if they're left to be on that property, they're not in people's backyards. And after that, on Facebook. So basically, the other comment I'd like to make is that we were really lucky to get the Young Farm. But as many of you know, it has turned into a de facto off-leash dog park. Town ordinances be damned. And even though, as you can tell from my email address, I am a dog lover, I am going to state that if this property is accepted, that we consider keeping it as untouched as possible, and allow it to be what it is now and what it has been, because I suspect we've been benefiting from it, whether we know it or not. There have been some research that shows that areas with wildlife, especially birds, the constant use of it as dog walking areas will decrease the wildlife in that area, even though you'd think a bird would be okay. So that's my opinion, and I hope this works out great.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Good to hear from you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll give it a few minutes. I'm looking in our participants window just to see if any other member of the public would like to speak during this public hearing. All right, I see another hand raised. I believe it's Miss Lyons. Go ahead, Miss Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I too want to agree with Kathleen and with Mayor Z that this is a golden opportunity for us, and I think that you should go ahead with accepting the gift. I also would like to know, I'm assuming that it will be spelled out exactly what can and cannot be done on that property. I have a friend that lives up on Apple Hill, and I believe it runs along that area there, along there, maybe detention pond, whatever it is, and I'm hoping that it's not going to be open for, like Kathleen said, like the young farm for people to be walking their dogs and things. And looking at the property, it looks like a lot of it is wetlands and maybe even flood area. I don't know, mostly wetlands or flood zone, but will there be some explanation when you're discussing this as to what can and cannot be done in the area? That's what my main concern was. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Okay. We still have a few minutes left. Go ahead, Councilor Anist.
Thank you. I do have a letter that was received that I sent out to all the councilors that I would like to read into the record.
Okay.
That's okay. This is from Bernadette Conway, 177 Hartford Avenue. Dear Town Council members, I am writing in support of the generous donation of 10 acres of land by the Haltner family for open space. Any amount of land that can be saved in perpetuity for passive recreation and undisturbed wildlife is a wonderful thing for our town. I urge the Town Council members to graciously accept this offer. Thank you for your consideration and the hard work you do for our community.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Ms. Conley, for your comments. Okay, folks, we have just a few more minutes. It's 6:54.
Mayor,
Yes.
we do have one other email that was received by the town manager. I'll display that and read that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
John Roberts of 125 Candlewick Drive. We have lived at 125 Candlewick Drive for 50 years. Our property directly abuts the Haltner property. We have known both Oscar and Robert Haltner for the entire time we have lived here and have known them to be honest and decent neighbors. Upon their passing, the property passed to relatives, which we interacted with them in a friendly manner. We are delighted that they are offering this property to the town and hope the council will accept this property as it will be an asset to the town. Donald and Mary Jane Roberts, 125 Candlewick Drive.
Thank you, James, for reading that in. And thank you, Ms. Roberts, for writing in for us. All right. I don't have any other public members raising their hand at this point, so we will go ahead and we will close the public hearing at this point. The time is 6:56. We have just 4 minutes until the start of our next regular meeting. So take a bathroom break, get a drink if you need to, and I will see you back here in 4 minutes.
Hey, James, are we on the same Zoom meeting channel where I got to log off and log on?
We will be remaining in here into the next meeting.
Okay. Says me
I'll give you a break in between the two so you can split the pieces out.
Thank you. That's what I was asking.
You're welcome. Yep. No problem.
All right.
I'm about to put the new slide up on the screen for you.
Cool.
I see that we have our honoree Gary in the audience. Gary, can you tell me, I want to make sure I pronounce your last name correctly when we begin.
Beaulieu.
Beaulieu.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to make sure I get that right. And if I don't, you can hold me accountable.
No, that's quite all right.
I think I would have been close.
A lot of teachers over the years have butchered that.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Yeah. Actually, one of my English teachers actually spelled it Bowlio.
I mean, phonetics help, so.
Exactly. I passed that class though, so that was okay.
All right, let me see, make sure everybody's here, but I think we're ready to start. 1, 2, 3.
I'm not sure I understand.
Looks like we have all 9.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newington Town Council regular meeting of January 26th. The time is 7 p.m. I'd like to call the meeting to order. If you would please rise and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. We will begin with our roll call, please. Sue, are you there?
She's having audio problems.
Yep, sounds like we're having some technical issues.
An echo.
Okay.
2 of them.
Try one more time. Ms. Gibbon, are you there? James, would you be able to go ahead and do the roll call?
I can, Your Honor. Counselor Anest?
Here.
Counselor Braverman?
Here.
Counselor Bedrejko?
Here.
Counselor Camillo?
Here.
Counselor Donahue?
Here.
Counselor Mankey?
Here.
Counselor Minor? Saw him.
Here.
Thank you. Counselor Nagel?
Here.
Mayor Dobuno?
Here.
You have a quorum, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
James?
Is that you, Susan?
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I got disconnected somehow. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. We can hear you now. James just took care of roll call, so we're going to move on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. I need to open my window. I apologize. I don't have my hands window open yet. So I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda or any changes that might need to be made. He meant it.
I think that's a motion and a second all in one.
All right, so the motion was made by Counselor Anist. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Bedrejko. Oh, any discussion on this? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. We will move on to the next item, which is awards and proclamations. And I am pleased this evening to have one of our town dispatchers, Gary, I'm going to try Beaulieu. I did cheat and ask him how to pronounce his name. Gary is in attendance with us this evening. So Gary, just so you know, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation into the record, and then we will take a vote on it, and then we'll have a chance to talk with you a little bit and get council comment as well. So here we go. Proclamation. Whereas Gary Beaulieu was hired as a dispatcher for the town of Newington on July 24th, 2000, and whereas Mr. Beaulieu was promoted to senior safety dispatcher on July 17th, 2016, and whereas Mr. Beaulieu was appointed as terminal agency coordinator, TAC, on June 12th, 2018. And whereas Mr. Beaulieu received a dispatcher service citation on May 21st, 2019. And whereas Mr. Beaulieu received a commendation letter from the West Hartford Police Department. And whereas Mr. Beaulieu received various commendation letters recognizing his outstanding performance. And whereas Mr. Beaulieu received various letters and thank you notes of appreciation from residents and citizens. And whereas after 20 years of service, Senior Dispatcher Gary Beaulieu will be retiring from the Newington Police Department on February 3rd, 2021. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor on behalf of the Newington Town Council hereby recognizes and extends its sincere appreciation to Gary Beaulieu for his professional service and dedication to the town and wishes him the best in his retirement. Dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 26th day of January, 2021, signed Beth Del Buno, Mayor. Can I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Donahue. And I will open it now for council discussion.
Wait a minute.
Councilor Menke.
I would just congratulate Gary on his retirement. Being a dispatcher for 20 years, I'm sure he's seen a lot of the worst times of our citizens, but I'm sure he certainly made a difference for those people who needed him when they called in. So I just appreciate his efforts on our behalf, and I wish him a speedy, a safe and fruitful retirement.
Thank you, Councilor Menke. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Yes, I'd like to thank Gary for his 20 years of service to Newington. The dispatcher job requires a lot of skills. It requires sound judgment, excellent assessment skills, quick thinking, a calm demeanor in some difficult situations, and teamwork. And Gary has obviously demonstrated this every day as he's helped countless residents during some times of need and turmoil. So he's done a good job for the town and earned his retirement, and we wish you well in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Camillo.
Thank you, Gary. It's been great working with you all these years, and I wish you all the best. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you, Councilor Camillo. Any other councilors? Councilor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Gary, just wanted to wish you best of luck in your future endeavors, wherever you land. And thank you for your long history and service to the town of Newington. Best of luck.
Thank you, Counselor Minor. Counselor Nagel.
Thank you, Mayor Dabuno. Gary, I'd like to thank you also for your lengthy service and working in this very important job that requires transferring to vital services that can get the people in Newington help when they most need it. I know they all appreciate what you've done, as well as what you've heard from the council right here. And good luck in your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Nagel. Gary, I would just like to add my well wishes to you and thank you for your service. I think it does go sometimes people just don't quite think of it or don't realize quite how stressful the job of dispatcher is. And I just wanted you to know that we recognize that and we understand it, and we thank you so much for your years of service. Just for the short time that I've been in this position, I've heard nothing but good things about you and the job that you do. So I just wanted to say thank you again for your service, and I wish you all the best in your retirement and whatever you choose to do.
Thank you, Mayor.
Gary, let me take a vote really quickly, and then we're going to give you a chance to speak, okay? I'd like to do a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Annis? Yes. Counselor Braverman? Counselor Budraco?
Yes.
Counselor Camillo?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Minky?
Yes.
Counselor Minor?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono?
Yes.
Counselor Braverman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes
9-0.
unanimously. Thank you. All right, Gary, it's your turn if you'd like to say anything.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to have been a member of such a wonderful town, police department, all the different town entities that we've had involvement with, that I've had involvement with over the last 20 years. I have nothing but good things to say, and a proud member to myself be recognized as a retired member of the town of Newington. I've had nothing but great things, even in times of need where people have reached out. Good things come of the hard work and dedication of the staff, all the members of the police department, the command staff that we have, the leadership, the supervision, just the opportunity to partake in something as important and to wear that proudly. That badge that we wore on our chests is there's a lot of meaning and symbolism and just a sense of doing good for your neighbor and being a responsible employee for the town that you work for. And I have nothing but wonderful things to say about the town, and I appreciate this proclamation and the opportunity to speak with all of you virtually.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We do have public participation in a little bit, and sometimes people will comment on our proclamations if you do want to stay tuned. No guarantees, but we never know.
That's fine.
All right, folks, we're going to move on. Thank you, Gary, for joining us this evening and allowing us to award you this proclamation.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is public participation. Any member of the public may join us. If you are in the Zoom app, you can do so by using the raise hand function in the participants window. And if you are joining by phone, it is, I believe, hold on, I'm blocking my own screen. Star 9 to raise your hand. The first member of the public that I see is S. Maz. I'm assuming that's Miss Mazzacoli.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Sue Mazzacoli, 149 Harris Drive, Newington, Connecticut. Gary, I'm just going to call you by your first name because I'll never pronounce your last name, but congratulations on your retirement. And I mean, you have to have been the calmest person to be in that position. I can't imagine the stress. So hope you enjoy and relax. And when COVID is over, maybe take that to the beach. So congratulations. Okay, the reason why I'm calling tonight, I have a couple. I sent 3 emails to our town chairman, or I should say our town manager. One on 11/10/2000. Sorry again. On 11/10/2020. Then I sent a second one, different subject, the same day, and then back on May 13th, 2020. I've yet to hear back. So I'm hoping the reason why I did not get a return response was due to the fact, and I've brought this subject up before, is our website. The website needs to be updated. It is so not user-friendly. It is very difficult to navigate our town website. I've had to instruct complete strangers through Facebook on how to access this position where I am right now, or how to reach the Parks and Rec department. It really needs to be looked at. Otherwise, I'm just gonna say, if it wasn't due to the website, I'd appreciate a return email. The subjects were on the fact that I had an issue with COVID back in May. I also had an issue with the mayor's pictures and where they were going to be located. And I know that was addressed at a meeting where I called in, but I followed up with an email and no response. And then also on the website and my issues with that. Okay, as far as my other subjects, I resigned. I shouldn't say resigned. I should say my term was up for the Ethics Commission. I think it's extremely important that the Ethics Commission meet at least once this year. I know it's been at least 2 years. I only attended 1 meeting, which is totally ridiculous. So in my term, 1 meeting. I think they should meet at least once a year, at least for organizational purposes. Elect a chairman, a secretary, in some case something comes up. Now, hopefully nothing comes up, but I think it's a good thing to be prepared. Now, the last issue I'm bringing up is I saw in the news about the Vernon Senior Center and how they received the vaccine to take care of the seniors who were 75 and older. I'm hoping maybe our health department could look into that. Right now, there's at least 6 different websites that you can go to try to get on their site and say, I'm interested in getting a vaccine. The only thing is not all of them are responding. You could wait on the phone. I did the other day. I called in at 8. It was 4:30. They said their hours were 8 to 4:30. Hopped in the shower at 5:30. And of course, that's when I got a return phone call. So I'm hoping, now I'm not eligible yet, I'm 68. However, I'm hopeful that maybe our health department can look into serving our seniors the way that Vernon served their seniors. So that's it. Also, I just want to say thank you to our highway department. They've been by my house 3 times since the snowstorm has started. So thank you once again to the best highway department in all of the state. So thank you, and that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Mazzacoli. Let me see if we have anyone else waiting to speak. We do. Let's see, the next one says Bubba. So if you're there, you can unmute yourself and name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Brian Whalen, 22 Pebble Drive, Newington. Gary, I just want to wish you the best in your endeavors. Thank you for your 20 years in Newington. And most of all, thank you for having the backs of all the firemen. You were there when we needed you, and you did a great job. and we really appreciated you being on the other end of the radio when we needed you. So thank you very much.
You're
That's
welcome.
all
And
I have
thank you.
to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. All right. Next, we have Neil Ryan.
Am I coming through?
Yes, you are.
Great. Good evening. My name is Neil Ryan. I live at 237 Brockett Street, the heart of Newington. I want to briefly comment on the draft report of the Town of Newington Facility Condition Assessment, specifically under the Board of Education Priority Projects. The Anna Reynolds School is listed as a priority level 3 project, with the number 4 being of the highest priority. The total estimated project cost for Anna Reynolds under this report is shown at costing $3,591,187. This consists of roof repair, MEP HVAC, and firelight safety. I'm a little concerned as to what this exactly means. Last November on Election Day, the town held a referendum on a proposed Anna Reynolds renovation project. At that time, the taxpayers voted overwhelmingly in favor of approving the project at a cost of approximately $36 million, with half of that cost to be reimbursed by the state. This referendum vote calls for full renovation of the Anna Reynolds School, not just a Band-Aid fix of the roof. I assume that the referendum approval gave the project the green light to move forward. Now, my question is, how does this consultant's report recommendation, how does this affect the Anna Reynolds project, the referendum that was just approved? Is the Anna Reynolds renovation project still a go? Does this consultant report somehow take precedence over the referendum? I don't see how that could be. The fact that Anna Reynolds is shown as priority level 3 is also a little troubling to me. By all accounts, the Anna Reynolds School is literally falling apart. It should absolutely be merit a priority level 4, highest priority. My concern here is that the town council is somehow looking to bypass the results of the referendum and is attempting to scale back, if not actually gut, the Anna Reynolds renovation project. I hope I'm wrong, but it seems as if a little bit of gamesmanship is going on here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. The next person we have waiting is Jeff McLean. The caller ID says Jeff McLean. I'm not sure. Are you able to unmute and join us? Mr. McLean, are you there? Or someone with that caller ID, Jeff McLean?
Maybe on a phone, he can press *9 for referencing and *6 to unmute.
*6 would unmute you if you are the caller ID Jeff McLean, if you're on your phone. All right, we're gonna hold and we'll move on to the next caller and then we'll try again for Jeff McLean caller ID. The next caller ID says Rose Lyons.
I see it behind your shirts.
Lyons, are you there?
Oh, Jeff just unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Miss Lyons, if you wouldn't mind waiting, I apologize. Mr. McLean.
Not a problem.
Yes. Hi, my name's Jeffrey McLean from 18th 6th Street.
Welcome.
And thank you very much, counselors, for all the service you do for the town. And I also just want to make a comment. I see there's some new business this evening on a solar presentation. And I also see that the action may be taken by waiving the rules, and I'm not sure the action or even what is being proposed this evening. I'm totally in favor of solar energy, but there's many ways that the taxpayers of the town can benefit. And until I hear this, I really can't make much of a comment. So I just wanted to kind of mention that, hopefully you can hold off on taking any action of what this presentation is anyway for us all. And that's about it for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLean, for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lyons, sorry about that. If you would like, go ahead. I think you're there, Ms. Lyons. Go ahead.
After about 5 times of *6. Thank you, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I would just like to agree with Sue Mazzacoli's observations regarding the town website, and I also would like to make a statement regarding the vaccine issues, and I know that other people around the state are having the same issues in trying to get onto the various sites that have been set up. I know you have no control over it, but I don't know if Charles Brown is on tonight or if just the town manager is going to give a health update. I think that's one of the biggest issues that I see right now, is that seniors such as myself are having a hard time getting onto the websites, getting appointments. And I know it's all new, and I'm hoping that they're working out the kinks, but there are people in town that I would assume don't have access to internet, and even if they call on the phone, it's difficult. I had heard the town manager at the last Talk to the Mayor show saying that he would like to do more to reach out to the seniors. I don't know if anything can be done where they can be helped in trying to set up appointments. I know it's very difficult. I know of a friend who tried to set up appointments for her mom and her dad, had to use separate email addresses, and although the governor and the director of public health, or the commissioner of public health, seem to think it's easy, I wish that they would try to get on with some senior like myself sitting and trying to navigate the system. I also want to agree with Mr. Ryan. I'd like to know what's going on with Anna Reynolds, and I'm sure that the answers to the questions will be forthcoming as you discuss the report during tonight's meeting. But once again, I just wanted to reiterate my concerns and about the website, and also as far as Ms. Mazzacoli said about the Ethics Commission, which I've been harping on for about 4 years now. I'm glad to see that there's some appointments here, and hopefully they can have an organizational meeting soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. All right, I don't see any other members of the public with their hand raised at this point, so we will move on in our agenda to the first item. Actually, is there any email correspondence other than what was read earlier? Did anyone receive anything? Okay, I don't see any. So we will move on to remarks by counselors on public participation. A couple of things. I just wanted to say that we are aware that there are some issues with the town website. It has been brought up and it was updated a few years ago, but I know that our IT department is always looking for ways to improve things. So hopefully we can do some things to improve the experience. The fact that the town manager didn't reply to a number of emails is very highly unusual. He replies usually right away, especially to members of the public. So I don't want to speak for him, but I just know that that's highly unusual. So we'll definitely check into that. In terms of the vaccine issues, I'm sure Mr. Chapman will touch on that a little bit later. He's been in a lot of contact with Charles Brown from CCHD, and I know that Charles is extremely frustrated with the process right now with trying to obtain vaccines for the town of Newington and be able to have a distribution site. But I'll allow Mr. Chapman to talk about that a little more, so stay tuned on that. But that is something that we've been discussing with CCHD. As far as the Anna Reynolds piece that was brought up in public participation, we had asked for this facilities report. It's got to be close to a year ago now. It was before COVID, well before COVID began. So I don't know the exact date off the top of my head. The reason the facilities study was requested was to take out any bias or any political affiliation or any chance of any one entity rising above another, and making sure that it was a very fair, objective assessment. And so what we have in front of us tonight. It's the first time the council is actually getting a presentation on the numbers and what's being suggested as priority projects. So there has been no discussion and no game playing whatsoever, despite what was the innuendo by Mr. Ryan earlier. So we will, as a council, deliberate after hearing the presentation and decide what the priorities are for the entire town and how we would like to tackle those over the course of several years. The purpose of the study was to gain a knowledge of what our actual needs are, not just what our wants are in the town, and then take it from there in terms of what we can afford and how we can move forward in making sure that we're making the best decisions for all of our facilities. And so that is the focus of this council as we move forward this evening with that presentation. I think I addressed just about everything. So we will go ahead if no one else has anything to add for remarks by councilors, which I don't see anyone's hands up. We will now move on to consideration of old business. Oh, there was one more thing. I apologize. To the member of the public who joined us, Mr. McLean, our agenda always says that action may be taken on new business by waiving the rules. That's just, we would have to go through a protocol to do that. But there is no intention, to my knowledge, of taking action this solar proposal this evening. It's for us to hear the presentation this evening as new business. Okay, so on to old business. The first item is a health update and COVID-19 update. I believe that's you, Mr. Chapman. Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Chapman.
Yes, I've asked Megan Mackey to join us. She's our emergency management director. She's been working closer on COVID-19 than probably anyone else in the town. So Megan, would you take it from here?
Sure, thank you. So just a general update, our numbers still aren't good. Anyone who has heard the news or anything like that knows that. So we just are trying to emphasize the importance of mask wearing, social distancing, maintaining a 6-foot distance from anyone that you don't live with, and also emphasizing that the vaccine, you can still be a carrier for COVID if you've received the vaccine, and that your immunity is not, built up until after the second dose. So just want to emphasize those things. I know there's a couple other issues that have come up since our last meeting, since the last update I gave. They did come out with the further guidance on phase 1B, which has specified that only people that are 75 and up qualify right now, in addition to the people that were in 1A to receive the vaccine. That being said, we did have, we've also had a couple meetings with the library, senior center, and human services staff to see, how we can coordinate to do outreach to that community, because it is such, they aren't connected electronically, and that is unfortunately one of the primary ways that you can get an appointment right now. So we've been working on that. I did put out a press release last week regarding, how people can get that access to the vaccine. Did put out the phone number. I know there's a lot of issues with those systems. We also met with CCHD to discuss and finalize our plans for hosting a clinic. We've been doing that for a very long time. Unfortunately, they were not allocated. They did submit to receive vaccine last week. They were denied the allocation last week. They did submit again this week, and we should know by Friday whether or not we'll be getting it next week. So as you know, the health district serves 4 towns. We would be getting it in numbers of 100. They would be doing a test clinic because they need to get their nurses used to it. And there is no test system in VAMS, which is the system they would have to use in a real clinic situation. So they're going to be doing real vaccines, but very, very targeted on who that's going to be for, because it's going to be kind of a test situation. Then once we can get more vaccines to address some of the concerns from the public comments, we very much are working very closely with the senior center, and that is going to be the first priority for those 4 senior centers, the 4 towns, to get the most vulnerable people in our communities the shot first. Like I said, we're going to get small numbers at first. Hopefully our numbers increase once we can actually get the vaccine. But we want to really put those, into the arms of people who genuinely, the most vulnerable in our community. And that's the update, unless anyone has any questions.
If I may just jump in, just to point out that what Megan had said is that our district has not received one dose of vaccine. We were told last Friday we're not getting any for this week. Hopefully this Friday we will get some, but this is a very difficult situation where we're ready to go, we're ready to start implementing, but unless we get the vaccine, we really can't do anything as a district here. So I want everyone to know that we're trying our best, but we didn't make the decision not to get vaccine. That was made higher up at the state level.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I should explain that a little bit better, but the state dictates where the allocation team dictates where that goes in the state. I know the health district has been working, tirelessly to meet all the requirements that to be able to actually apply for the vaccine, to receive the vaccine. All of the towns and emergency management has been working to set up, clinics and basically be ready to go with a clinic as soon as we can get a vaccine. And just, everyone is having issues accessing this. They did open it up. There's 277,000 people above 75 in the state of Connecticut, and the state of Connecticut only receives approximately 40,000 vaccines a week. So the math on that is not very good. You don't have to be a mathematician to figure out that it's impossible to get through this phase, and that's why there are no appointments. I've had a lot of people contact me that they're very frustrated that they can't access it, and we are truly doing everything we possibly can, but until the federal government provides Connecticut with more vaccines and Connecticut allocates them, to our town, there's really nothing, more we can do other than emphasize patience and that you will get a shot. It's just, it's gonna, there might be a wait on it.
I would imagine, Megan, too, that right now with the beginning of the vaccines, they have to reserve enough for the second dose too, which I think is part of the issue. Hearing
so those
40,000 really is, I don't know.
Yeah. So no, I'm under the impression that those 40,000 that we receive are only the first doses.
Right.
So the second doses that are getting shipped to us, but people are having a lot of trouble accessing the second dose that's supposed to be basically once one goes in your arm, there's supposed to be one on a shelf somewhere. It gets shipped in X amount of weeks. And there's been a lot of confusion on where those are. There was a proposal to release them all as first doses. And there are far fewer second doses available from what I'm hearing than there are first doses.
Right.
So
that's what I've heard too. Yeah.
And unfortunately, the time limit on when you have to get the second dose, it's a very frustrating process. The only thing I can recommend is something that I actually tried today, trying to get someone a second dose, was if you're willing to go anywhere in the state, basically just instead of the parameters on VAMs allow you to put in your zip code and search within 10 miles or whatever it is. And I think I put it to 100 miles by the time I found a clinic that had an appointment. And just try that, try widening the search, because there are shots available. It's just, they may not be in your immediate community.
That's good advice. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Megan. Any counselor comment or question? Counselor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, from personal experience, the Hartford Healthcare Network, in terms of scheduling a second inoculation, when you make your first. I know that I've heard of some other senior centers and municipalities have been assisting their seniors to try to do that, or not at this point.
Chris, you broke up quite a bit during that, at least for me. I don't know if anybody else had a difficulty hearing. I think what you're asking, but correct me if I'm wrong, is are we helping seniors that don't have access to internet? Is that what you were saying? Chris, are you there?
correct. It's my understanding some of the municipalities have gone so far as making telephone appointments for some of their IT. Gotta love it. Can you hear me now?
We got that. Yep. I don't know, Megan or Keith, if you want to answer that, if we have any efforts underway to help.
So the senior center they've been great. And the problem that, was identified when, that was brought up was, especially through VAMs, there is a lot of follow-up required. So once you create an account and you register, then you get a follow-up email that says, okay, you can go onto VAMs and schedule an appointment. And then you have to schedule the appointment and then schedule the follow-up. It all happens in VAMs. So trying to keep track of however many people we help sign up might be beyond the scope of what the senior center can do. And I can definitely follow up with Diane to see if, there is anything that we, any other system that we can do. I know you were breaking up a lot, Councilor Minor, but the MyChart Plus portal is a lot more user-friendly. It doesn't require as much follow-up. So if that's something that people have access to, perhaps that's something we can touch. I'll definitely follow up with Diane. I will say the senior center has gone above and beyond there, providing, the dial-a-ride service for people to go get the vaccine if they have limited transportation, even calling lifts. So they are going, above and beyond trying to get people to their appointments if they have one. But I will definitely follow up with Diane on how we can help people register.
Yeah, it appeared from the limited conversation I've had with a few seniors is they were very frustrated with not understanding how to go through this process. And not that I'm advocating for Hartford Healthcare's, program over another or the state, but speaking from experience, it was extremely user-friendly. And once the original appointment was made and the physical vaccine was initiated, that you automatically had your second and you didn't require anything further than just that one phone call and to show up, versus the VAM system, which is very complicated. Is that any better or no?
Yeah, we heard you that time. At least I did.
I did.
Okay. Councilor.
Just food
Anna?
for thought on that, just the possibility of a system.
I'm just to echo exactly what Chris said. The Hartford Healthcare is extremely easy. UConn has their own, Trinity has their own, they all the different facilities have their own platform, which is so much more easy than going on VAMs. And I just want to warn people out there that I did go on VAMs and tried to register my parents. You can only use your email once. So once you use your email to register a parent, and 6 months down the road, 4 months down the road, you go to register yourself, you cannot use that same email. You're already in the system. So that's just, beware that you can't do that. So make sure you have a couple of email addresses that you can access, because some people are going to, find out the hard way that they're not going to be able to register on VAMs. So just food for thought for everybody.
That seems like a pretty big flaw that maybe the state needs to think about.
Yeah, I did bring it to Gary Turco's attention, and he was reaching out to the state about that. I mean, I don't know why they can't use your name and your last 4 digits of your social security number like everybody else uses, but yeah, it was kind of frustrating when I went to register one parent and then used my next parent with the same email address and said, "Oh, sorry," and I learned the hard way.
Right. All right, thank you. Any other council comment or question? All right, seeing none, thank you, Megan, for your report this evening.
Thank you.
We will move on to the town hall project update. Mr. Chapman.
Yes, things are continuing to move along. There are some issues that we're going to be looking at in the short future, and there's some of them are fairly simple and not essential, such as an irrigation system. Apparently, that was something that was first considered, but then removed from the project. Also, the isolators or the shock absorbers for the rooftop compressor unit, they were eliminated. But we're finding now that we're going to have those installed. The vibration noise through the building is excessive, so that'll have to be looked at. We also have situation where our equipment, computerized equipment room is not protected. It's protected from fire with water, but not protected from the water itself. And if this equipment does get wet, we could lose quite a bit of value in that equipment. So we're looking for a dry chemical system. And, privacy screens in some of the bathrooms and a couple other small things, but we're getting there. We're getting to the end. And hopefully once the weather breaks in the spring, we'll get the parking lot done and finally have a town hall that hopefully will be open for the public at that point.
Yeah, hopefully, for sure. Any council comment or question from Mr. Chapman? Okay, I don't see any, so we will move on. The next item on our agenda is the land gift at 70 Culver Street. The council did discuss this item at our January 12th meeting. We reviewed the request by the Haltner Estate and RD3 LLC. They are asking to gift land at 70 Culver Street to the town with just approximately 10 acres of land with significant dedicated wetlands. It is bound on 3 sides by residential neighborhoods and development. The owners have requested as a condition of the transfer, and this was asked by a member of the public earlier or mentioned, that we keep the site in its natural state in perpetuity to allow for passive recreation such as hiking, bird watching, dog walking, or similar activities. In addition, preserving the open space for various recreational uses, they are requesting that the town, after acceptance, commemorate the family history by placement of a plaque or signage or other means designating it as the Haltner Family Preserve. So those were the conditions that were brought forth to us in considering this land gift. We referred the proposed land gift to our TPZ for an 8-24 report. And during their January 13th meeting, they recommended acceptance of the parcel. I will open it up for discussion, or Mr. Chapman, if you have anything to add to that.
I think that covers most everything, but Attorney Sandra Sherlock White is on tonight. She's representing the donation family, so she may want to say a couple words if she is available.
Absolutely. Are you there? I'm trying to find your name on the screen. I apologize. I have a few screens to go through. If you're, tell me her name
I
again.
think she may have left us just after the public hearing.
Oh, okay. So she's already gone. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you covered.
I didn't see her.
The key to this is that the family definitely wants to preserve it in its current state. They do not want any development, any active recreation. It's purely passive recreation. Nothing is going to be built there. There'll be no paths cleared. It'll be solely just to enjoy from Culver Street and the neighborhood. And certainly they've enjoyed it for years, and we want to continue having that happen. And so we're very fortunate to have this donation coming to the town.
I couldn't agree more. What a generous gift for them to consider giving to us for our use. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko?
Yes, I just want to, reiterate how pleased I am with this donation. And in fact, this particular piece of property was on a kind of a wishful thinking list that the Open Space Committee had developed several years ago. And the reason I say wishful thinking is, we had prioritized some pieces of land, but it was wishful thinking because there was no money available to even pursue any of the private properties. So to see this come through was just such a wonderful surprise. And I totally agree with the restrictions, let's say, put on this piece of property, because you don't have to do something with a piece of property to make it valuable, particularly in terms of open space. I think, it's incumbent upon us to accept this gracious donation along with the conditions, and to allow the town to enjoy the many environmental benefits that come along with a piece of land that will provide, again, like I said, environmental protections. There's migratory birds, and for passive recreation for the use of the town. So I'm thrilled, and I hope that we can go forward with it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other council comment or question? Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, would you read the, I'm sorry, Councilor Minor?
Sorry, Anna, go ahead. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, Keith, is there a procedure for accepting this property to be left as a conservation preserve without any further development, or is it just a classification of passive recreation?
It's strictly to be preserved. The language that will be in the deed will restrict it from being developed in any fashion. That is the intent, to leave it as is. And, if something needs to be done maintenance wise, certainly we would take ownership and take that responsibility on. But the plan is that this property will remain exactly like it is in perpetuity at the request of the owners, and it'll be in the deed that's transferred over to the town, stating
Okay.
this.
All right, so that would be without further development of, let's say, pathways or trails or anything else, just in its natural state. Is
That's
there a
correct.
separation of the two or no?
As far as the separation of,
As a conservation preserve versus passive recreation, is there a distinction between the two or no?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I will get that though. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, would you go ahead and read the resolution in for us?
Sure. There's, I think, two resolutions. The first one is resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby moves to accept the favorable CGS 824 report of the Town Planning and Zoning Commission dated January 22nd, 2021, and accepts and places the certificate of action for the regarding the gift of land for 70 Culver Street on file.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Nagel. Any further discussion on the acceptance of the TPZ favorable report? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Councilor Anist. Councilor Braverman.
Yes.
Councilor Bedrejko.
Yes.
Councilor Camillo.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Mankey.
Yes.
Councilor Minor.
Yes.
Councilor Nagel.
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
Councilor Anist.
Yes.
Thank you. 9-0.
Wonderful. Motion passes 9-0. We'll move on. There is another resolution in our packet this evening related to, the subject is mandatory referral. Nope, I'm on the wrong page.
It's on the screen.
There it is on the screen regarding acceptance of the gift. So if you would, Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, would you read that in, please?
Resolved, whereas the estate of Robert W. Haltner and RD3 LLC are the owners of a parcel of land encompassing 10.10 acres identified as 70 Culver Street, and whereas the estate and the LLC desire to maintain the property in its natural state in perpetuity, and whereas in order to ensure that the 70 Culver Street parcel is preserved, the estate and LLC desire to donate the property to the town to ensure its preservation. And whereas the estate and LLC intend that the preservation of the property in its natural state would include use of the property for open space and or passive recreation, such as hiking, bird watching, dog walking, or similar activities. And whereas as a condition of the donation, the estate and LLC will require that the town of Newington, with input and approval from the estate and LLC, commemorate the family history by placing and maintaining in perpetuity a prominent plaque, signage, or similar devices on the property to designate it as the Haltner Family Preserve. And whereas the Town Planning and Zoning Commission, pursuant to CGS 824, has issued a favorable report to the Town Council supporting the acceptance of this gift, now therefore be it resolved that the Newington Town Council accepts this generous gift and authorizes the town manager to accept this property and to coordinate this transfer with the assistance of the town attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Menke. Any discussion on this motion? Just again, a huge thank you to the Haltner family for considering this gift and for even thinking of gifting this to the town. It really is an amazing opportunity for us to have some more open space and the opportunity for our residents to enjoy it for many years to come. And so I'm so thankful to the Haltner family for this gift. I don't see any other hands up at this point. So we will go ahead with a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budrago,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo, Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo. Okay, 8-0.
Okay, motion passes 8-0. Counselor Camillo, I'm going to say absent, even though he's on the screen, but for the vote, he was absent. We will move on now to the next item on our agenda, which is mid-year transfers. And let's see. Mr. Chapman, are you going to do this? Is Miss Murphy with us?
Janet should be on with us. I've asked her to go over it with you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm scrolling through a couple of participant windows and trying to find people, so I apologize. Janet, are you with us? I don't see her.
She's on the attendees side.
Ah, that's why. Okay.
This was just a follow-up from our last meeting for approval. She went over these at the January 12th meeting.
Okay. Would someone read in the first, there are two resolutions. Would someone read in the first resolution for discussion?
You want me to? Oh,
I
fine.
feel like I'm a bad teacher. I'm gonna have to
Okay,
call
no,
on you
no,
without
no,
your
I'll-
hand up.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Budrago.
Since nobody else would. Certification. In accordance with section 808 of the town charter, I hereby certify that there exists, free from encumbrances, in the following appropriations and general fund, the amounts listed below. Account 351, highway salaries, $20,000. Account 310, engineering salaries, $50,000. Account 940, employee benefits, $139,300. Janet Murphy, Director of Finance. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby transfers the above certified funds to the following accounts in the general fund. Account 120, Town Manager, $24,000. Account 140, Elections, $10,500. Account 170, Town Clerk, $21,700. Account 350, Solid Waste, $20,000. Account 420, Town Planner, $72,100. Account 450, Building, $5,000. Account 610, Human Services, $31,000. Account 830, Grounds Maintenance, $25,000.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, you're all eager to second it, aren't you, after she does all the heavy lifting? Seconded by Counselor Nagel. All right, folks, we did discuss this last week, but as you know, this is just a matter of kind of keeping things straight. Each January, we do this as a matter of business to even out the things that we've had to accomplish. We do our best to budget, but sometimes we need to move some money around to make things happen without going over budget, and that's what this is reflective of. Ms. Murphy, have I said anything wrong? Feel free to jump in. I'm looking to see if her hand is up anywhere, but I don't see her anywhere. So hopefully I did okay.
I will confirm, yes, you said everything exactly the right way, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. All right, folks, we'll go ahead with a roll call vote if there's no discussion. I don't see any hands up at this point. So roll call vote, please, Susan.
Okay, Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budrago,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
We will move on to the next resolution in our packet. Counselor Donahue, would you like to read that one in?
Sure, I'll be in Gail's good graces. Certification in accordance with section 808 of the town charter. I hereby certify that there exists free from encumbrances in the following appropriations in the CIP building fund, the amounts listed below. Account number 3110-8550, transfer to the general fund, $76,393.83.
Just matter of record, it's 746,000.
What did I say? Oh, well, it doesn't, I said it wrong
Skip the
apparently.
digit. We just want to make sure for the record.
Okay. Jana Murphy, Director of Finance. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby transfers the above certified funds in the CIP building fund to the following account. Account number 11014-8220, interest expense, $746,393.83.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Menke. Any discussion on this one? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist.
Yes.
Counselor Braverman.
Yes.
Counselor Boudrego.
Yes.
Counselor Camillo. Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Menke.
Yes.
Counselor Minor.
Yes.
Counselor Nagel.
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, folks, we will go ahead on to the next item on our agenda, which is our 2021-2022 Town Council budget meeting schedule. It is that time of year already. We did have a schedule in front of us last meeting for our review and consideration. What I did notice, because we had two presented last week, and I was actually looking at a previous copy that was sent in our packets. And at our meeting, there was a different one. So after reviewing it, I noticed that it had been changed to include us passing the budget on April 13th, which is actually during the school vacation week. And while I know COVID is restricting some travel, there may be families and people that have plans that week. And I know I tentatively had plans. I doubt they're going to happen. But I just wanted to make sure that we, if possible, follow our typical protocol of not adopting during that week, so that if anyone wants to have a say and is out of town for travel during that time or unavailable because of the vacation week, that we would consider perhaps moving that meeting. And so in our folders online, we were provided with an alternate schedule. I don't know if anyone had a chance to review that, but it does show us having our town council's proposed budget presented on Tuesday, March 30th. And then we would look to adopt on Tuesday, April 6th, if we are able to. And certainly there is the 20-day, I believe, James, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's 20 days from the second public hearing that we need to adopt. So it would still allow us some wiggle room if we need it.
That is correct. 20 days from your last public hearing, which is proposed to be on the 30th. As you can see on the screen, the updated schedule is there. Now, I did highlight Tuesday, April 6th as a 6 o'clock meeting. If you guys want to go with your normal 7 o'clock, you could. It's there as an option to change if you choose to.
Okay, great. What does the 20-day limit put us to for a deadline for sure? You know that?
We look at that, the 30th, that would put us at the 18th, which would be a Sunday.
Okay. So if we're not
We'd have to
able
adopt
to,
it.
yeah, if we're not able to adopt it on the 6th, we would have to either do another special meeting that week or it would have to be the following week.
Correct.
Okay. Counselor Anist?
Can we check to see what we did last year? Because I'm pretty sure we had a little bit more, we had more than just a week to kind of caucus again and try to figure out where we're going to go with the budget. And for some reason, I thought we exercised that 2 weeks. So I don't know if we could push the public hearing to April 6th or move it around, but I think we're going to be cramming a lot with these tight dates. So if somebody, James, if you could look to see what the dates were last year.
Yep, give me a moment. I'm just pulling it up right now. So this was our schedule last year.
Can't see it.
Is it not sharing properly, or is it just too small?
It's
small.
there. I'm just adjusting my screen to be able to see it a little better.
You got a 2-page view up.
Yeah, it's a Word document. Hold on one second. Let me change that.
So April 9th was the last proposed budget, was the public hearing, and we adopted it on the 23rd. Or the 28th, I'm sorry.
Right. And did not have any meetings during that school vacation week. You know, that I
Right,
know that's
so-
been past practice for sure.
Absolutely. Is there a way, though, that we can push the public hearing for the proposed budget to the 6th and then give us more time?
James, is there any reason not to do that?
Hold on one second. I want to see if I think Janet may still be on. I know you're at home, Janet, but I can't remember.
I'm still on.
Yeah, I can't remember if we have a limitation.
I can't remember by charter how many days you have between the first public hearing and the second.
Yeah, I want to say it's 15.
I think it's a little longer than that, but that was the only limitation I could think of. If we move it to the 6th, I don't know if it stays within that.
Well, when's the first public hearing last?
I have the charter right here. The first such hearing shall be held not later than 15 days following the presentation of the proposed budget of the manager.
Okay.
So that's the first stipulation.
What was the first public hearing last year?
We did that on the 17th. Last year really wasn't a good example because we sort of ran into that whole governor's
No, I
order.
understand we did, but
yeah.
I know there was I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but to give us more time because it's just very difficult. And if somebody is away on vacation, or not away on vacation, but I would prefer if there was a way that we could do this to give us more time between the public hearing and setting the budget.
The other stipulation is that after consideration of the budget and within 30 days after holding the first public hearing, the council shall hold a second public hearing. So the second public hearing is within 30 days of the first.
So we could do it, the second public hearing on the 6th, because the first one's on the 9th.
Mm-hmm. And within 20 days after the second hearing, we shall complete the consideration of the budget.
That would put us.
We'd have to do a special meeting.
No, not if you had
I
the
think
public
it
hearing on the
pushed us
6th.
right to the 20th.
So we could do a meeting on the 20th.
Well, you already have a regular schedule. No, sorry, you have a regular schedule on the 13th or the 27th, so we could do a special on the 20th.
Right, we'd have to be special on the 20th.
Right. No, the 20th would be yeah, it'd have to be a special. Yeah, sorry. I'm just looking at my calendars.
No, that's a regular meeting. The 6th is a regular meeting and the 20th is a regular meeting. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The 13th and 27th, I'm good.
Janet, do you see any issue on that? Because I know we usually work together on getting that
No,
legal notice.
I don't see any issue if you want to move the public hearing, the second one to the 6th. That gives you, as you said, enough time after vacation and stuff to look at this. Gives you a couple weeks instead of cramming it into the adopting on the 6th. Yeah.
Councilor Minky, did you have another question?
I just was going to point out that on the Easter is the 4th. So if we had the final presentation, the 6th, it'd be kind of hard to work that weekend if we had to work on a weekend to make adjustments.
Oh, to make those adjustments, you're right.
Being the holiday.
Yep, you're right, because we often do last minute number crunching and figuring things out right before that. You're correct. Okay, so James, can you go ahead and repeat those dates that we're proposing now?
Okay, let's see.
So the public hearing, we're looking at moving to the 6th.
Correct. And then that would give us a special meeting on the 20th. So the question I have for you then is, based upon school vacation, are you proposing to cancel the week of the 13th meeting then?
Yeah, we usually don't have a meeting.
Yeah, we usually don't
We
have
have it
one then.
scheduled on the regular one. Yeah,
Well, we
left it
could
on
still,
the approved regular schedule.
I would be tempted to leave it for now and we could always cancel
Right.
it. at the
We could always
prior
cancel
meeting
later
if
on.
it's not-
Absolutely.
Don't need it. Is that okay with everyone?
yeah, I think that makes sense.
For me.
I mean, if I'm in Cancun, I could zoom in, I suppose, but I think Deputy Mayor Bedrejko would take over at that point.
Getting to Cancun's easy. Getting back from Cancun is the hard part.
That is correct. Quite a conundrum. I keep hoping for a miracle with these vaccines, but we'll see. All right. Any other discussion on this item? Should we vote on this evening, or do we want more time to process this?
No,
Are we okay to vote on it with the changes that we recommended?
I think
The
so,
only
yeah.
votes you're taking are actually on the 2 public hearing dates. The meeting schedule, we can adjust that for you regular, because that's special meetings or regular meetings that are already scheduled.
Okay.
So we're just looking at the 2 new dates.
So the 2 new dates are, just again,
March 9th.
March 9th and April 6th.
so March 9th is staying the same, right? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Counselor Annis, would you like to read that in?
Sure. Resolved that the Newington Town Council pursuant to Section 805 of the Newington Town Charter will hold 2 public hearings on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. These public hearings will be held at 6 p.m. in the Town Hall unless otherwise indicated as follows. Tuesday, March 9th, 2021, Town Manager's proposed budget. Tuesday, April 6th, 2021, Town Council's proposed budget.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Menke. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Annis,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. We will move on. Our next item is updated classification plan salary tables. Mr. Chapman?
Yeah, these are amended to reflect what is actually in place now. It's a guide that we use for salaries for our administrative group. So you set the tables and we live by those tables. And it's updated periodically, and you have that before you tonight. And again, if Janet is there, Janet, do you want to add anything?
The only thing I would add is I know Heather had worked on this pretty hard, and this hasn't been updated in many years. And it's something that sorely needed to be done just to give us some kind of guidelines.
Okay, thank you. We did have this for review last time, so we're looking to take action on this. Would someone read the resolution in for us? Counselor Nagel?
Thank you. I wanted to be in the deputy mayor's good graces as well.
Take a lot more than that, Dave.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby authorizes Keith Chapman, town manager, to update and modify the administrative group pay ranges within the town classification and pay plan dated July 1st, 2020, and adopted as of January 26, 2021, a copy of which is attached to this resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Braverman. Any discussion? All right, just thank you, Mr. Chapman. If you would relay our thanks to Ms. Shanti for working on this. I know it was long overdue and I appreciate the effort put into this. And it looks like you've done a nice job of presenting it for us. So thank you for that. I don't see any other hands up, so we will go to a roll call vote.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo, Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on now to a very long-awaited and weighty topic. We have before us this evening a town facilities study report. My understanding is that there are volumes and volumes of the actual report, but before us tonight we have a presentation from our Owens and Pryor consultants. So I know Ms. Black, you're with us. Would you like to introduce your team that you brought with you this evening?
Beth, it's Gary speaking. I'll introduce the team if you don't mind.
Great, perfect. Thank you and welcome.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Gary.
No problem. No problem. All right. So we had, going back, we had town council had looked at evaluating the facilities back in 2019. And most of the work that you see that's presented here was done in 2020 post the pandemic. Well, it's from the pandemic still, but after we got over the initial shock of the pandemic, and we figured out how to do business after the pandemic. So the information that we'll present work was done in 2020. The team consists of James. Do you want to go to the presentation? I can. We have.
Yep. Give me a moment. I'll pull it up.
Okay.
So just for the public's knowledge, that's Gary Furstenberg with us this evening. He's our town engineer who's leading our discussion on this topic.
Mayor, if I may interrupt just for a second, I just want to give basically set the table for tonight. Tonight is not a time where any actions are being requested of the town council whatsoever. You have three different topics that will be presented tonight, one being the facilities assessment, another being the radio communications assessment, and then the solar proposal. Nothing is expected for the council to take an action on tonight. And I will tell you that the reason why they're on the agenda tonight is because, as you've been speaking for the last half hour or so, the budget is just around the corner. And we need all of these documents for us to create a town manager's proposed budget. And we're going to create the budget based upon what is identified as the needs of the town concerning all of the buildings, concerning the radio system, and to hopefully get solar into the town as fast as we possibly can. So we're looking at this from purely an administrative perspective. The budget that will be presented to you does not identify any favorites, any political, anything other than what the needs are of the town based upon the assessments that are made. So I want to just make that clear because I think there's a misunderstanding of the public out there that nothing tonight is going to be acted on by the council, and you will, as we go through the review of the town manager's proposed budget, that's when you will have a part to play as a council on what you actually want to see happen with the various entities that I've outlined. But it's important that everyone understand that, we're not looking to favor any particular venue. We're here solely to identify what we feel from an administration and professional level, what needs to be done going forward, because you will see tonight that we're in somewhat trouble with a number of issues that cannot continue to be ignored. So just want to set the table for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
All right, thanks, Keith. And in following up with Keith's comments, let's give the team about a half hour to make their presentation, and then some questions can follow afterwards. We're going to try to stick to the agenda and wrap it up in about 45 minutes. So the team consisted of Suzanne Black, Thomas Falk, and Greg Horn from Owens. They were also partnered with Bob Roach with Fire Architecture and Michael Fortuna at TLB Architecture. TLB, they assessed the pools for the town. Fire, they assessed the building, the roofings, enclosures, the structural codes, and site issues, while the Owens team assessed pretty much the interior stuff like the MEP, HVAC, and life safety issues. And with that, I will turn the floor over to Suzanne and her team.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bono, Deputy Mayor Pachenko, Town Manager Chapman, and council members. It's good to be back here tonight with our presentation summarizing the facility assessment findings. On behalf of our team, we thank Keith, George, and the other town employees for their support on the project, helping with access to the buildings, building plans, and a host of other information that we require to do the project. The agenda tonight, which you see on the screen, we will be giving a project summary. We'll review each of the facilities sort of in summary. We'll go on to an executive summary of the priority projects with some recommendations at the end. As Gary mentioned, we will be presenting for about 30 minutes and then open up to questions and questions from the council floor. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to Tom Hulk of Owens and also Bob Roach from Fryer. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're muted, Tom.
Hey, how about now?
Better.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, everybody, for the time and the invite to come on, go over the presentation with you. We are Owens Realty Services. We're a facility management company. We worked under a contract with the town of Newington, partnered with Fryer Architects and TBL Architecture, as Gary noted, to do a complete, thorough facility assessment of all the town of Newington facilities. We started and commenced the project in 2020. We did a full examination of all the buildings for the town, the Board of Ed, fire department facilities, police department. We looked at the architecture, structural, code compliance, sites, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and as well as 2 pools over at Churchill and Mill Pond. The assessment's been completed. We've turned reports over to the town with final reports coming. And tonight's presentation is really a summary overview of all our findings, capital project estimates, and kind of our team recommendations between all 3 of us collectively. The reports themselves contain a tremendous amount of information. We tried to kind of summarize and scale that into the discernible summary here that we can have a dialogue, review, and talk about. And if you turn to the next slide, I can turn over to Bob Roach, who can kind of highlight what these numbers kind of mean in terms of the average rating systems, and we can come into and start talking about some of these priorities and projects and what we found.
Good evening. For the record, Bob Roach, Vice President, Fryer Architecture. Thank you for having us tonight. Been working with the team through all the buildings in town, and through discussions with town staff, we've tried to identify those areas of highest priority and needs. So after we did our initial rankings of the buildings, we took those overall rankings, those buildings which had the most need, and then selected those particular, the highest needs within that building of highest needs, and put those on a list of top priority projects. That's not to say that there are not buildings that have equal amounts of need or their own issues, but we tried to find the top of the top for our initial assessment, just to see which areas were most critical throughout the town. We did our rankings from 1 to 4, basically on a 20-year scale. Actually, this isn't exactly correct of what's up there. A ranking of 0 to 1 is the lowest priority. So that's probably 15 to 20 years out before you need to do something. Whereas the highest priority would be somewhere between a 3 and a 4 would be 0 to 5 years. That's your most critical needs and something that should be addressed right away, whether it be putting it into the CIP, whether by town staff or by defining a project which can be put out for public bid. And with all of these projects, we tried to take a very objective viewpoint, just tried to find those areas of need, and it presents you with data, which then from there, you can verify our priorities or not, or put your own subjectivity to it and figure out when projects are going to be done, if that's going to be by town staff or bid out. So this is really just a tool and the first overview of trying to find out where, how you can use this to attack future projects. So with these buildings that we've identified here, you're seeing the 2 pools, the library, parks and ground, et cetera, and they've been sorted out by the average ratings. In the blue is the architectural ratings, those things that are under fire scope, and then in the red, you have the mechanical, HVAC, life and fire safety, which is Owens. And within each of these buildings, you're seeing the areas of different scope, roofing, enclosure, structural, etc. So those cells that have numbers in them, those are the highest needs within that particular building. For example, if you go to the library, it was the roof, it was the interior and some of the code issues, and it was the site work, work, and that was particularly in the back parking lot towards Garfield. I know a lot of the other site has been addressed or is in the process of being addressed, but it was that was most particularly for that rear parking lot. We also have the 2 pools on there, which Mike Fortuna from TLBA can speak to at a later point when we get to those areas in depth. And as you see, as I said in the red, some of the areas of need, mostly with the HVAC systems in those buildings. One thing in particular that we noted in going through with town staff, that of the buildings with the 16 buildings that we identified as having the most critical needs, 11 of those buildings had issues with the roof that needed to be addressed soon. It was either in whole or in part, they were past their useful life or nearing at least a 20 years since they had been installed. And that was also borne out by some of the other information we received from the town engineer and the Board of Ed on their own assessments as well. You can go to the next slide.
So looking at some of these photos on the next slide, we broke it down into town facilities, Board of Education, and fire department facilities to kind of give you a distinguished, point between the 3. And what you see highlighted here are pictures and snapshots of what we found during our walkthroughs to kind of highlight some of these, which is why they're on here. The senior center chiller has had quite a few problems for really kind of the life it's been installed. Currently that chiller's down, needs to be replaced. showing the generator panel as well. And it may be hard to see from the picture, but the generator itself is aged. It's got issues. It's got a lot of faults on that panel. So those need to be addressed. Library electrical main disconnects. Those are about, roughly over 40 years old at this point. So those are going to need to be addressed in the near future. Some other smaller items in terms of Indian Hills Country Club, to highlight those. Very old electrical panel on the bottom left. Very old furnace that's in the pro shop right now. I know you guys recently completed a project to replace the HVAC units in the clubhouse itself, which turned out, and that looks very nice with that work that was done. And the fire alarm panel is also very aged at the country club as well. And that's on our list in terms of something that should be looked at and addressed as well. Good. Thank you. Again, just a couple of other points to highlight under our scope, looking at, electrical HVAC. That's at the Parks Garage. There's another very old panel in the kind of dry storage shed. The football concession, there's a two-bay sink, but there's also the sink next to it. That's highlighted as well. It doesn't show the bottom portion of that sink, but the bottom portion is severely deteriorated and definitely needs to be updated and replaced with the work that we're recommending.
And under my scope, these are some of the things we're seeing at some of the town facilities. The senior center, single pane windows, some of the caulking is falling apart, literally coming off the building. Over at the EMS building, there's some areas of brick that's been spalling. Parks Garage, the roofs, you can see the upper areas and the gable there just need to be attended to, and the overhangs, there's actually missing sections of the overhang and the coping there. At the library, in between this area of slope roof and the skylights, there have been some leak issues, and that has caused a little bit of damage on the interior of the building as well. The highway garage complex, just taking a look at the overall site, seeing if it's in the best interest to do a little bit of repaving there, adding some bollards in front of the doors of the metal buildings, which get dinged up by vehicles, and a couple other issues there with drainage at the site. And then over at the country club, there are some areas of the roof which do need attention. Getting some grease on the roof. This can be maybe attended to with just some cleaning and repairs at this time, just trying to extend the life of the roof itself. And then also an area of concern, which was discussed in some of our charrettes and meetings, was just the number of historic buildings which the town is taking care of. And the age of these buildings, there have been repairs done over time, and including the fire museum, as well as some of the more historic properties. We had on some of our assessments, there was a number you're going to see of a couple $100,000 for repair at these facilities, but that is an architectural number only. That's only items under my scope. That doesn't include anything with the MEP work that may also be needed under Owen's scope. So this is just an item of consideration of how much money should be put into these buildings. Are they generating revenue, and just something for discussion with the town. Next slide. Next slide, please.
I guess that's me.
I just went through a pool one.
Yeah, if you can back up one to Mill Pond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this is Mike Fortuna with TLB Architecture. We took a look at the pools, pool decks, and fencing. And what you're looking at here is Mill Pond. It's in really rough shape. I think everybody's aware that it sits right next to the pond, has high groundwater. And our methodology to look at the structure was essentially to go around with a hammer and do a sounding on the concrete. And Mill Pond is in very tough shape. It's deteriorating, we feel, from the backside. So as bad as it is on the pool side, it's deteriorating that much more rapidly on the backside in the presence of the groundwater and hydrostatic pressure. But you can see the concrete structure is riddled with cracks and spalls and delaminated concrete. The photo you see up in the top middle is about a 4-inch deterioration of about a 10-inch wall. And so, the Parks Department's been doing a really nice job of patching and limping along. But at this point, there's almost as much patch as there is concrete in some areas. So to try and do a permanent repair here would be almost impossible. So what we've taken a look at when you look at the numbers is, what's the investment look like to get another 1 to 5 years out of this pool? I don't feel like you're going to be able to extend this pool life beyond that 5 years without removing it and replacing it. The pool decks are not in terrible shape. A lot of it has been replaced when some pipes were replaced several years ago. But the primary problem with the pool decks is that the 5-foot swath around the pool from the water line back is too steep. So when the pool decks were replaced, they were replaced in a manner that created a coping as part of the deck as opposed to butting up to another coping, which made them steeper. And so now they're not ADA compliant around the entire pool. And then the fencing is in pretty rough shape. It's fixable primarily, but there are a lot of areas where I would have some safety concerns about rust and protruding portions of the fence. So that's the overview on Mill Pond. If I want to go to the next slide, Churchill Pool, the concrete's in much better shape here. There are areas of cracks and delamination, but they're localized and repairable. The biggest issue with Churchill was they shut down this year because they were losing 30,000 gallons a day. That primary leak has been identified by the Parks Department and repaired as a broken pipe at the main drain. So my understanding is that that's been epoxy lined, and whether that accounts for the full 30,000 gallons of leakage per day or not, it's certainly a big piece of it. So hopefully that issue's been addressed. The other issues here, actually I should mention on both pools that the pool systems, the recirculation systems are not code compliant. The velocities in the pipes are too high, and there's a suction entrapment issue that can be resolved with a vacuum release. That's a condition on both pools. Here we also have a diving hopper that the boards have been removed, and the resultant hopper has this strange shelf around the perimeter, which years ago was kind of a nice feature so somebody can stand there and keep their head above water. But it creates a hazard for somebody jumping in the pool where you think the water is, 8 or 9 feet deep and you hit a shelf at 6 feet or 5 feet. And then it's very steep down to the bottom. So that would have to be addressed. And then the decks here are in horrible shape. There's lots of areas where they're completely delaminated, misaligned. There's lots of tripping hazards. There's pipes that are sticking up out of the concrete that somebody can trip on or cut a foot on. And unfortunately, a lot of those tripping hazards are near the deep end. Some of them are the old diving board stands that have been removed, and then there's the water fill. So generally speaking, excuse me, the concrete here is fixable, but we know there's broken pipes under the pool. So to get at them, you have to get through the concrete. So that's an overview on the two pools. On to the fire facilities projects. There we go. So with these, again, we took the buildings, we rated them all, and then took the areas of highest need. For instance, the first one, fire storage, is the roof, the enclosure, and some work at the interior. And then likewise with the MEP and HVAC ratings and the associated costs to do repairs there and for some of the life safety issues as well. Here with most of the buildings, it was the enclosure themselves, which you'll see in the photos to follow. But there were two which had some roof needs as well. Basically, the roof and the enclosure. Water is your biggest enemy with any building. Keeping it out, keeping the building warm and dry and tight will help you extend your building's life much longer. Next slide.
So looking at some of these photos on the mechanical end, a lot of what we found for the sites is, a combination of upgrades for firehouses, 1 and 2, even firehouse company 3, companies 4 and 5, along with the storage building, were in the roughest shape. As you can see from some of these photos, the boilers are old, past their useful life. The one on the top left, it's cropped out of the photo, but you can see there's a water heater there on the left side. That's also aged past its life. The EMS site had a lot of nice updates, but the fire alarm system is aged. It's a simple 4-zone system. They've added some improvements in terms of the communicator, but that should be looked at and budgeted to be replaced as well. And to Bob's point, we tried to look at the different facilities and look at the conditions and then rate these for what the town should look at. But for example, with the storage building, it's in pretty rough shape overall. We made some recommendations to get the heat working in there if that's going to be used for some dry storage. There's a lot of work that could be done there, but a long-term approach really needs to be considered for that location to see if you completely redo the systems in there. And that ties into the point Bob made with the historical buildings for the Deming Young House, which you'll see on a couple of slides from now, that a long-term approach needs to be viewed and discussed, really on the mechanical end, because there's some electric and plumbing, but not much else over there at that location for that historical site. You can go to the next slide, please.
As I was saying, the enclosures of these buildings do need a lot of TLC. On the right, it's the fire storage building. You've got masonry work, some repointing. Obviously there's some brick spalling, and gutters are filled up, and the water's getting down into the roof and wearing away at some of the wood. Fire companies 4 and 5, there's a little bit of protection around the doors, but there are some areas where the brick is falling away. You can see in Fire Company 4 at the base of the wall there, it's had some water damage. We also need to pitch the water away from the front door, make an accessible entrance into the building, and then pitch the water directly away from the building a little bit better. Same with Fire Company 5, and there you can see just some TLC around the building, cleaning up of the louvers, little paint job, and taking care of any deteriorated masonry. Next slide. Moving on to the Board of Ed facilities. yes, as it was mentioned before, we do have Anna Reynolds on here. We did not take that out of the equation. Just wanted to give every building the same overview and look at all the needs. And just because it has a rating of 3 does not mean that the building doesn't need a lot of care. We're just rating each individual system and giving the average rating overall on both Friar Scope in the blue and the same with Owen Scope in the red. Again, of the top buildings, you'll see the roofs are a predominant theme here, but the high school, the bus garage, the middle school, and Anna Reynolds, along with site work and some enclosure and code work as well. Tom, anything to note on your side?
Yeah, I mean, we found that, a lot of the focus on these sites, I mean, they're the largest sites in the town. The schools are the largest facilities. They have a variety of HVAC systems. And, to kind of speak to that rating system, there are some updated items within a location, and that's why you kind of see an average of everything, across the board. But, the high school, which, has had a lot of work done to it, but does have some age and some older systems, the boilers, the hot water holding tanks, all of that needs to be addressed from an age standpoint, but also, looking, past this and an energy efficient standpoint, moving forward with the town.
And again, one more point to make is that, we've ranked the buildings, we've taken those areas of scope of the highest need and what it would cost just to look at that scope of work. So when you look over on the right in the black column where it says totals, that's just totaling up these individual scope of work projects that we've identified. That's not to say if you were to go into the high school and address, the roof, the enclosure, and the code and the HVAC, that you're going to end up with a project of $6 million. Because once you start going in there and looking at individual things, if you take a more comprehensive view as you're trying to attack these, you may say, well, I'm dealing with the HVAC. I'm going to be taking down the ceilings. Maybe it's a good time to, upgrade the ceilings while we're in here. Or maybe maybe we should then look at the lights too and upgrade to LEDs while we're working in this portion of the building. So these are just, as I said before, these are just tools to look at how to identify future projects, and it may snowball in some cases once you get in and start doing a couple things that may be worth your while to address other things. Or likewise, you could just say, you know what? We're going to go out and do roofs this year. We're going to put out 5 roofs on the street, and then maybe we can get an economy of scale if we can get 1 or 2 contractors to address these 5 roofs. So these are the discussions to have in the next step of using these reports for planning. Next slide, please.
So this next slide kind of gives you an overview, a snapshot of some of the HVAC components in the schools. There's some direct air exchange units that, weren't operational, some deferred maintenance with filters being dirty, not changed yet, aged equipment at Wallace in terms of being over 20 plus years old, units that have, rusted, not been well maintained, and other components in terms of, large aged hot water holding tanks where replacements can really increase the efficiency of the systems and, achieve some energy savings, moving forward. You can move to the next slide, please. A couple more photos on the mechanical end. The high school boilers, they're from 1970. Those really need to be looked at and addressed. And although, operational and cycled manually, it's not done automatically, and there's not much efficiency there left. Old original transformers to the school, some different pneumatic compressors, which shows the inefficiency, and again, some old of the boilers at the Patterson School. You can click on the next slide.
Here under fire scope, some of the things we've been seeing with the roofs. Well, first with Anna Reynolds, moisture issues have gotten down from the roof into the exterior soffit area there themselves, and you can clearly see all the moisture damage. Up on the high school, this is the area of the shop wing. There's areas of ballasted roof. Much of the roof is in good shape at the high school. A large percentage is, but it is a big building. So those numbers you saw before reflect addressing those areas that are 20 plus years old. And those areas mostly of the ballasted roof as well, where they have standing water, and probably should have a little more insulation to bring it up to code, and then slope the pitches, and then get your overflow drainage in there as well. Same at the middle school. You see areas of standing water in there. Some of this could be just deferred maintenance as well, making sure you're going up and seeing if the drains aren't clogged, just so you don't get water that's standing up there and everything's moving through. Here at the bus garage on the far right, you're seeing some spalling bricks, some efflorescence, maybe some road salts in there. And again, as we said in some of the other buildings, we should probably have bollards right there at the corner of the entrance into the garage, just so that doesn't take a beating if someone's not being extra careful driving in there. Also, a little bit of an accessibility issue getting in the man door. Next slide, please. And as we had mentioned before, moving on to roofing. So here are I believe it's the 11 roofs that we had talked about previously, looking at the areas of highest need in each of the use groups, Board of Ed buildings, fire, and town buildings. So here we give the rating of the roof, and this may be partial roof or maybe the entire roof. And then the notes on the side, just telling you what the issues are. With Anna Reynolds, there's portions of the building that range from 22 to 35 years old. Ideally, you want to get a roof with a 30-year lifespan when you install it. But most roofs probably back in the day were probably, I'm going to assume, were a 20-year lifespan. So these are beyond their useful life. They have numerous leaks. And then same thing, moving down to the third, Martin Kellogg Middle School, 80% of the roof is over 27 years old. So that should probably be a full tear off and replacement of the entire building. Here at the high school, 52% of the roof is 34 years old. And then those pictures we saw of the shop wing are of considerable concern. Fire storage company we had mentioned before, there have been repairs done, but just the whole envelope of the building should be looked at. The roof itself isn't that much in the grand scheme of things, but it begs the question of, is this a building you want to continue to make some upgrades and maintain over time, or is this, or is it not? Medical services had some leaking in some areas, and then down to the town buildings. Some of your older buildings on here, Deming Young House and Barn, the Kellogg Eddy House. You've got wood shingles. You've got areas where continuous repairs are going on. So that's something that should be looked at on the whole. And then also Indian Hills Country Club had a number of buildings there, some of which needed some attention. Whether or not the vacant garage is something that's worth time and effort, I don't know. That's up for you to decide. And then the library, those the leaks we had mentioned before next to the skylight. Next slide, please. And I think this is back to Sue.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm back on. So just as a summary, the total cost for the priority projects is about $20 million. The roof work encompasses approximately 8.7 million, with 11 out of the 16 high priority buildings having a need for roof work. The high priority pool projects estimate about 1.3 million. As Bob has mentioned the building enclosures have high priority need in many of the buildings. Many of the mechanical systems have reached the end of their useful life. Our recommendation is also that you pursue some energy rebates and renewable energy options over the next several years. You have done some LED project upgrades, but we're suggesting more for energy savings as well. A lot of the buildings, although they might not be on the high priority list, as Tom mentioned, really do need some upgrades on the electrical plant panels and the fire panels. And, we did see, a lack of preventive maintenance in, some of the areas. And I think that was evident in some of the photos that were displayed. In terms of the recommendations going forward, obviously, the reason for the assessment is to assist the town in doing their capital project planning over the next 1 to 10 years. We are recommending that you really take an asset management planning approach to the project, implement a preventive maintenance plan, even starting with the town hall, with it being brand new. Everyone says, oh, it's brand new, it doesn't need anything, but really that PM program starts on day one and it's very important. And you have some decisions really with regard to these historic buildings. Next slide, please. And I know we're going over our half hour, so I don't mean to spend so much time on this, but in looking at the high priority projects, we broke it down between the Board of Ed, the town, and the fire facilities. I think you could see by the numbers that the Board of Ed facilities have the highest need in terms of the dollars, and the fire facilities had the least amount. I think the next slide was inserted, I think, and not in the package. Oh no, it's not there. But the second thing is the asset management planning. And you really
Give me a moment. I'll pull that priority for you.
Okay, thank you. We could go back to that one at the end if you'd like. Okay, this is the slide I was going to refer to. So, so as Bob was mentioning at the beginning, originally, for some of the projects, we're doing the overall average rating for the building. But this slide basically takes each individual component and ranks it from the priority rating of the highest need down to the lowest. The town had requested us to sort of provide a list of the top 20, top 25 projects as we see it. And this is the listing by ranking of priority. And again, there are a lot of things ranked at 3.25 or 3.0 that the town will, be making some decisions about. We're happy to give you some more guidance. There's a lot of information in the individual reports on these buildings, in addition to, just this listing. In addition, I was telling Gary earlier, there's a lot of things in the reports too that may not be a capital project, but be a necessity that needs to get done, maybe just as a work order, not as a significant project that needs to be included on these lists. So the reports themselves are also very important to go through to develop a list of other work that needs to get done. For instance, John Patterson Elementary, there was a lot of exposed wiring in junction boxes, and there was a note to remove extension cords tied into the stacked surge protectors, which is a fire hazard. So those are other little things that are included in the reports that could become a work order, so to speak, just a minor maintenance item. So it's important to look at this as the big picture in terms of your capital planning, but there's a lot of information within the reports about other needs as well for the facilities. Jim, do you want to go back a couple slides? Okay, so we were talking sort of about an integrated facility management plan that includes the capital planning, a preventative maintenance program, labor management, energy management, vendor management, safety management, and operational budgeting as well. So, these are sort of all the factors that are associated with an integrated planning approach. The next slide. And we recommend implementing a computerized maintenance management system or work order system for the town. And, you know, what this does is not only would your town employees be able to enter a work order that needs to get done, such as a light bulb is out, you would also include the preventive maintenance tasks. For instance, if you're going to change the filters quarterly and you put that into the work order system at the beginning, once a quarter, those work orders would be generated for your employees to do. In that way, they stay on track of the preventive maintenance plan. So the CMMS systems will do a lot of other things. They'll track warranties. They give you a lot of critical data that will help you going forward with your capital projects. And also you can track the number of work days it took to complete a work order, or how many work orders a specific employee completed. So it gives you a lot of valuable information. So that's something that we would also recommend for you. And it's the preventive maintenance part of this too that's very important for the work order system. And I think there's one more slide. Okay. On the historic building decisions. So as we mentioned earlier, some of these historical buildings require some work. Some of them have very little in terms of MEP systems. Some of them, we didn't even add that in because that number would be on the HVAC side, the MEP side would be, very large to add those components to the building, such as air conditioning, for instance. So, but these are ideas I think that the town has to discuss about whether they want to complete the repairs, get state grants for the renovation, review the deeds and charters for potential donations, and so on. So, when you're going through the process and thinking about how much these buildings will cost you to do the necessary improvements, you'll have some decisions to make. And I think that's our conclusion.
Great, thank you.
Sorry if we went a little bit over our 30 minutes, I think.
Well, we do have a weighty agenda this evening, so hopefully we can, ask a few questions, and then if the council reviews everything, my suggestion to everyone would be to put an email out to the town manager with any further follow-up questions that aren't answered tonight or that you come to after reviewing things more, and then he certainly would be able to reach out and get those answers for us, I'm sure. But just a quick question on the slide that was added, the one that you referenced with the top priorities,
yes.
The ratings on there, is that a combination of the two, the architecture rating and the MEP HVAC, or how did you come to those rankings?
So within our reports that we've done on the executive summary, each component was rated in addition to the total building. So on the first slides, the rating for the architectural rating was for the building itself. Okay. And then within there's a component for the roof and the structure, the HVAC, et cetera. So these priority rankings are actually, for instance, on Anna Reynolds with the roof, that is 3.75 for the roof project.
Okay.
So it's just for the project and not the building, whereas the other architectural rating was an average for the building.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. All right, I'm going to open it up for questions by counselors. And if nobody has any, we will digest this.
Yeah, there's a lot to digest.
We've waited for a long time. We appreciate the work that went into this because this really is going to help drive us in looking at our expenditures and our priorities. We've known for a long time that many of our facilities needed a lot of work. The problem is we rely on, people to bring things to us and, wants versus needs, and kind of who comes, more often or louder sometimes gets more attention. So this is a nice way for us to get all of the information to help us prioritize, what really needs to happen as we move forward. And, I think the goal for us, for this council, as we enter into budget, is going to be looking at a long-term plan to address these needs, because, for so long we've kind of thrown money at whatever popped up versus looking at a true long-term plan that would address these issues over time. And so the information you've provided us will give us a lot of opportunity to do that. I do see some hands up now, so I'll stop talking. Councilor Minor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't even hear you call me. First off, I'd like to thank Owens and Fryer for the exhaustive work to bring this report forward. The question I've got is, do we have receipt of a final copy of the elaborate 4,500 pages that were initially brought up in December, to see if that's available yet?
Those final reports will be completed over the next, I can't say, we're hoping to get them to you this week. And I talked to Gary earlier tonight and said if we can get them to you in download electronically, and then go through and enter, provide the books with all the paper, because it's a lot of, that will take a little bit of time. We have presented 2 different drafts of the books already, so this would be the final version.
Okay, so this would be the final or third draft of the initial report?
Yeah, so
Okay.
we've submitted 2 full drafts, and this will be the final. So we have to redo it, taking off the final. There's a couple sections that need to be added in terms of dollars. Most of the dollars are already in the reports. They just have to be entered into those sections. So most of the meat of the report is already provided.
Okay, and the other question I had was specific to Anna Reynolds. Noticed the emphasis being on the roof and on the MEP. How much of a dive did you take into looking at that equipment and the condition of that roof? And did you look at any other elements outside of that? Because I noticed on several other projects you had brought forward, the building envelope, operable windows being an issue. I know Anna Reynolds, that was one that was also a big problem with them in terms of leaks and functional windows. And then the other thing was ADA within the building, if that was anything that was brought up, or if you just didn't go into that, just trying to figure out exactly if the emphasis was to just kind of leave that off to the side because it was already underway. If you could just fill me in on that.
No, if I can go first, Bob Roach from Fryer. We didn't leave anything aside. We didn't even consider, what was going on with putting the building project out to bid. We completed our report, and in fact, that was the one we completed the first draft of as a test, just to make sure that our format was okay, that all the topics were being covered. So no, we did look at all the code. We looked at ADA. We looked at all the building components, interior, structural, electrical, plumbing, etc., site. But just those top priorities within that building are the ones that you see here tonight. But if you look at the full report, you can see we do a deep dive into each section. We provide photographs beyond what you've seen tonight. We've got lots of photographs showing all the conditions that we saw, which illustrate some of the issues that we're seeing. And we even call out on the captions the specific code issues or any other issues that we see.
Okay, but did you put budget numbers to those items or no?
Yes, we will have budget numbers to those items in the final reports.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minor. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for this I think simple to understand presentation, but it's really going to definitely generate an awful lot of discussion and decision-making among the council in the future. The question I have, I guess, and it's pretty basic, but the title Fire Life Safety is, excuse me, is somewhat concerning. And some of the buildings do have items under fire life safety. Now, are those things that are, sorry, I got something stuck in my throat. Are those things that really need to be addressed immediately? Are they code violations? I mean, I'm just, again, the fire life safety title is just somewhat alarming without going into the report. Can you just explain that a little bit?
Yeah, a lot of the fire life safety systems that we inspected were mostly existing systems that were either aged, had older components to them. They may have smoke detectors that are over 10 or 15 years old. And from that perspective, they should really be looked at to be changed and upgraded. In terms of other locations, and I'm trying to go off memory here, like the bus garage, I don't believe, had a system. So we recommended, installing and putting one into that location. And on this report here that you're seeing on the page for the fire facilities, looking at the EMS building, it has a functioning system, but it is aged, and it's really a matter of what you put into it in terms of dollars, as opposed to replacing a system that at the end of its useful life. So it's a combination of a couple different things.
And just the term, if I may, just the term life safety is actually the name of the code that we're referencing. It's the NFPA 101. It addresses design, construction, operation, maintenance, and all the other requirements just to protect the occupants of the building from smoke, fire, toxic fumes, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council comment or question at this point?
The one other thing that I would mention on the NFPA, as Bob mentioned, there are things listed in the report, such as signage and some simple things that are code related that could be done, again, that are not part of a capital project. So again, it's, looking into those reports is with the recommendations at that level are also important.
And we should point out that, none of your buildings are, necessarily not code compliant. They're code compliant as of the last renovation that was done at the time. If you haven't done a major renovation since in 20 years, then you're not compliant with the current code. But as soon as you do a major renovation or, particular renovations in areas of the building, you're going to immediately have to come up to the current code.
Councilor Minor?
Yeah, just one clarification on that. The only exclusion to that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is ADA. There used to be set a 25% value that would require you to update to the current code, but it's my understanding now that that has since gone away from the DOJ and lose a action against an ADA compliance issue that you have nowhere to hide on code anymore. You're incorrect on that.
No, when you are doing major upgrades and you are touching elements that are not in compliant with ADA, you do need to fix those.
Thanks.
Okay. I don't see any other council hands up, so I would just encourage everyone to take the time to look over things, and I'm sure Mr. Chapman will provide us with more information. Mr. Chapman, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize that, what you saw tonight is one aspect of the buildings. You have other presentations coming up as well. And again, the information that's contained within the full report, which is just about done now, is much more precise and much more inclusive. So you just got a taste of what the full reports have. So I just wanted to let you know that through our budgetary process, we will come up with what we consider to be appropriate for you to consider when you get the budget. But we understand that, it's your call. But, I will say this, I was very impressed with the presentation tonight. I think it kind of alerts us to what we're facing, and we're going forward. Hopefully we'll be able to get through all of it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who participated in reporting tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
I'm sure we'll have questions, so stay tuned.
Okay. Thank you.
Not tonight, but
Thank you very much.
we'll collaborate and we'll figure out what we need to know, and we'll get back to you if we need to have
Absolutely.
any questions answered. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
All right, we will move on now to new business, the first of which is Public Safety Radio Report. Mr. Chapman?
Yes, as you can recall, we met with the emergency operations, both fire, police, and EMS, and we ended up hiring a consultant to come in and work with the three departments as well as the town staff. Paul Boutot's been working closely with Paul Zito, which is our consultant. So I'm going to turn it over to Paul at this point. And again, we're on a tight timetable here. So I appreciate what you already have done, which was to avoid a lot of questions on the first presentation. Maybe we can keep that going on the second presentation. Thank you. Paul, if you would take over, Paul Boutot.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chapman. Town Council, thank you for having us here this evening to discuss the public safety radio review that has been done by Mr. Paul Zito from New England Radio Communications, or Consultants, New England Radio Consultants. Paul's got probably 40 plus years involved in public safety radios at different levels. We have a system that is probably 20, 25 years of age with various issues and problems over the last 5, 10 years. And at this point, we had our public safety agencies that wanted to take a bigger look at this particular technology to see where they're at and what our options are. So Mr. Chapman, shortly after he came on board, was presented with a recommendation to bring a outside consultant versed in this technology. It is a unique field, and it's not something that we had expertise on hand as far as to address. So Mr. Chapman hired Paul Zito probably shortly after he started, somewhere in June, July, August, and was brought on board. He interviewed before we actually hired him with the public safety entities involved, fire, EMS, and police. The Board of Ed and a few other entities, Parks and Grounds and Highway, are also on the same system. So I will turn it over to Mr. Zito so he can go ahead and discuss his report and findings and recommendations to the town.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving me the time to do this presentation. We'll entertain questions at the end. I think that's probably the best way to approach it. So my name is Paul Zito. I've got, and Paul was right, 45 years of experience in public safety communications. And my specialty is public safety telecommunications. So when the town manager hired me, we kind of outlined how to proceed with this. And my methodology was to do a needs analysis questionnaire. It was distributed to all the stakeholders, the department heads. Interviews were conducted after the surveys were turned in, and we checked accuracy on them and filled in the blanks where we needed to. I also conducted site visits to see what kind of condition the radio equipment was. It was fixed equipment that was installed, plus the environmentals in the building. And the findings were reported back to the town manager as a written report, which I believe you were given a copy of. So the present system that you have is not what we refer to as a public safety system. It doesn't meet the standards. It's a commercial grade system. It does not meet OSHA, ISO, OSHA, and NFPA requirements. And each one of those agencies have their little niche that's in the in public safety communications. The RF sites are not the public safety standards. They suffer from a lack of good engineering practice. What that boils down to is a lot of things were done in the sites that are referred to as, well, that's good enough. We don't accept that in public safety. Good enough is not good enough. There's a lack of proper grounding. That's not just for lightning, but it's for safety of the equipment. and the people that are in the shelters. Buildings are in need of maintenance, and environmental systems are inadequate. The report goes into these findings at depth. If you want to ask some questions when we finish, I can give you some specific examples. The present radio system was instituted 20 plus years ago, and it's very old technology. Next page, please. There are multiple points of failure in the system. In other words, if a component or an assembly goes bad, it can take the whole system down. That is what we strive to avoid in public safety. The system is system overloading, resulting in wait times for access. Board of Ed has close to 400 units. I counted 387 from the inventory that they reported back on their survey. And once those school buses get out on the road, I understand that there are wait times for police and fire to be able to use the system. Most of the complaints came from EMS and from fire, not as much from police. And the most important thing is this system is shared with other commercial users. It could be a delivery company. It could be mom and pop bakery. This is why we don't mix public safety with commercial users. Mutual aid and interoperability is cumbersome or non-existent. How do you deal with intra as well as inter-agency communications? Dispatch consoles at the PD are at end of life. And really what we're talking about there is they are Motorola consoles, and Motorola sunset this particular model some 4 or 5 years ago. The issue is that after this year, 2021, they will not be supported any longer, or until parts are not available for it. So if they've got 15 assemblies on the shelf and you're the 16th person, your console's down hard. Many of the subscriber units, we refer to subscriber units as mobiles and portable radios. They're at end of life. The fire department maintains a standalone paging system to alert their members of a fire call. It's a completely separate standalone system than the system that is used to dispatch the fire trucks and the police vehicles. Next slide, please. The present system is not monitored for overall system health. There seems to be a fix it when it breaks mentality, which fix it when it breaks kind of, I pair that with the good enough is good enough. When the system is non-functional, the way that they usually, that it's discovered is when there's potentially a life-threatening call for service, it's missed. A specific example, EMS was out on the Berlin Turnpike sometime the beginning of this month. And when they went into a building to get a coffee, and it was a convenience store, there was a call. No one in the building heard it. When they got outside, they heard radio traffic and got involved at that point. So there was a delay in response there. There's some poor coverage in some of the areas of town, particularly the south end, the box stores, and inside commercial buildings and some residential buildings. So these were all questions that we were able to analyze from the questionnaires that were sent out. And there is no system life cycle, and I'll talk about system life cycle in another couple of slides. Next slide, please. So the recommended replacement system would be to use the state CLMRN. Basically, it's the Connecticut Land Mobile Radio Network. They are allowing municipal entities to join the system and use their system. It was originally built for the state police, but it has since been extended to some big cities within the state and some small rural towns. It's designed under a TIA, Telecommunications Industry Association, Project 25 standard. We sometimes call it Project 25, P25, or APCO 25. It's a hardened open source standard based system that provides reasonable expectation that public safety radio transmissions will be delivered on the first radio transmission. I kind of refer that to man down in the burning building, or on the police side, shoot or don't shoot. That transmission's got to get through the first time. You can't be saying repeat, repeat. The P25 standards are used by federal, state, and local public safety agencies in North America to enable them to communicate with other agencies and mutual aid response teams in emergencies. Next slide. The state CLMRN, the state uses for all the state agencies, federal and municipal users. In fact, you have in town, well, yeah, I guess you do. In town, the Public Works or the Highway Department, they're taking all their trucks and putting it onto the system from the state side. This system is a fault-tolerant system. It self-heals itself, and it has multiple layers of redundancy. Again, we want that transmission to go out the first time. It's also monitored 24/7 by DESP Network Control Center. There are actually 2 operators 24 hours a day that sit in front of alarm computer screens and look at alarms. And the last I checked, there was over 120,000 alarms that they look at any given point. Some of them are critical alarms, some of them are maintenance type alarms. This system would integrate the fire department paging system into one dispatch system. And it addresses all the deficiencies that the town's present commercial grade communication systems has. So the replacement system must be purchased from Motorola. The back end equipment, or what we call the fixed network equipment, as part of the P25 standard, the whole system now is a Motorola system. You can't mix manufacturers.
Yeah, it's owned by a Chinese company, I think. I'll find out.
Okay. You do have the opportunity to purchase subscriber units, again, mobiles and portables, from other manufacturers. That's part of the open standards-based system that P25 represents. And it's not unheard of to have 2 or 3 different manufacturers of end user radio equipment. Once a failure is found and the system self-heals itself, Motorola still is called by the state. They're under a 1.5 hour response time, or they're in violation of their contract. Again, it's all about uptime. It's not about downtime. If you were to go on to the state system, the state guarantees there will be no user fees for the first 25 years, and that's per an MOU that you sign with the state. So the P25 system will improve overall radio coverage. The state police, when the system was built for them, was guaranteed to have 98% street coverage within the troop's geographic area. That's great for the street, but that did not address any of the shortcomings of trying to use a radio inside of a building. And of course, the local police department and the fire department and EMS go in the buildings all the time. It will improve communications reliability and increase first responder safety and resident safety. The present communication system is FCC licensed in the UHF frequency band. Those licenses are not held by the town. They're held by Marcus Communications as part of its commercial venture. The lack of public safety frequencies and RF congestion in New England leaves the town of Newington public safety community with no alternatives. We searched the database. The problem here is that there are no UHF frequencies available that are compatible with a public safety system. And you're located just about halfway between New York and Boston, and they used a majority of the UHF protected frequencies for public safety. Okay, let's talk about life cycle for a second. Life cycle is basically how do I make sure that this investment is maintained and productive over its lifespan. So life cycle protects your investment. It includes all of what we call the front end network equipment, or the FNE. It includes all the hardware. It includes all the software. This does not include subscriber units. That gets addressed separately. It includes all the labor that's involved in maintaining the system during its life cycle. The new system is upgraded to current release every 2 years. What we mean by that is you get the system, it's under warranty for a year, and then the next year you go through your normal use of the system. Motorola comes in and upgrades any equipment that has to be upgraded, new firmware, new software. Typical example, the police department just had a upgrade done to their consoles. They're still on the verge of this year again. They'll be obsolete, but they had to do that because they were running Windows XP. Windows XP hasn't been supported for 5 years or 4 years actually. So if that was under a life cycle agreement, what would happen is they would come in, Motorola would come in and change any switch that has to be changed, any equipment that's at end of life. So it's like an insurance policy, really. But again, it's P25 and it guarantees that the message gets delivered the first time. That's the public safety standard. The other item that was on the other page is the cost of life cycle is well defined and can be budgeted as a line item every year in the budget. It's not, this year it's $10,000 and next year it's $30,000. It's a fixed number that you can either purchase after the warranty period or upfront and get a further higher discount on the system. So what are the next steps? Well, we're looking for permission to proceed from the town council to go to the next step. The next step is to enter into a non-binding MOU with the state. We need to verify coverage guarantees, basically in-building guarantees. We have to solidify fixed communication sites. We would require 2 sites to make the system operational to the public safety standard. We have to refine the front end equipment list, actually come up with a nut and bolt shopping list. We need to formalize subscriber equipment per agency. That goes down to, do you really need 400 portables? Do you really need 300, mobile units? So we take a look at that. To this point, there has been no money expended to do this except for my fees. And the next step would involve no cost to the town, again, except for my fees. But this is a non-binding MOU that we enter with the state, and you we'll walk you through the process of making sure that all of the questions, all of the concerns are addressed of the end users. Next page. The estimated cost of the system is $66,800,000 to $7,925,000. That's a broad range depending on options and trying to deal with quantities of subscriber units. The price does not, the price could be offset by grants that are available. And it's interesting to note that all the grants that are written now, if you don't say that it's that, or you don't buy it for a P25 system, they won't consider the grant. It must be P25 compatible. Factors that affect the cost: intellectual properties and licenses and license fees. Everything is software driven nowadays. Leasing costs for the Costello construction site. That's now managed by Crown Castle. It would be a new site, but for the town of Newington, but it definitely is needed because it covers the south end of town and into the buildings on the south end of town. And again, the number of subscriber units affects the price also. Next page. So high level schedule. Signing of an MOU, again, non-binding with the state, about 30 days. Confirm system options based on stakeholder requirements. Police have different requirements than fire, than EMS. System configuration, meetings with DESP CTS unit. The CTS unit is the Connecticut Telecommunications Unit. That's the group of people that built the system, the original system, some 15 years ago now. We need to get a quote from Motorola based on many site visits that Motorola will do. That gives us our list down to every nut and bolt. The purchase could be made off of the state of Connecticut master contract. Everything above that takes about 120 days to 150 days. The estimated overall project time is 24 to 36 months. The first thing I would do is, the recommendation is to replace the police consoles ASAP. It's just an accident waiting to happen right now. The new consoles could be temporarily integrated into the present legacy system. In other words, we don't have to throw anything away when we build out the next step. And any questions?
Counselor Ernest?
Thank you. Keith, can we hear from the stakeholders, the chief, the police, fire, and EMS? I would like to hear what their thoughts are on this. And I know they haven't seen the final product.
Right, yeah.
But, I mean, at our next meeting, could they come and talk to us?
Yeah, once they get it, because we've held it back, we wanted the council to get it first. We will now share it with all of the using departments, and we'll probably have a conference call and then make up an agenda for you as a council to have the chiefs come in and others that are involved for any questions you may have, because there are some issues that we need to figure out from a logistics perspective on how this would be rolled out, who would be serviced first, and who would not be serviced at all. That there may be some of the entities that are not public safety oriented that may stay on the system that they have already, because the cost of this, is, you saw, it's just tremendous. So, but yeah, there'll be a point when the council will have an opportunity to talk with all of the public safety chiefs about this program. Yes,
Thank you. I'd like to hear what they have to say.
sure.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Yes, I'm wondering, how many other towns are on the system now in Connecticut?
I can provide you with that list. If you wanted me to guess, I would say at least 25 to 30.
Okay, so as this grows, I'm assuming they will, it seems like the direction is to get the entire state on this system. I mean, are there capacity issues that are?
Not necessarily. It's not a one shoe fits all. There are the city of Stamford, the city of Norwalk, the city of Bridgeport are on it, New Britain's on it. They watch the loading of the system very carefully. It's actually the way the system is built. It's actually 12 separate systems that are melded together by a computer system as one communication system. So the channel loading for the area that you're in, which is the Troop H area out of Hartford, is not affected by anything that happens in those other cities that I mentioned. I will tell you that, I mentioned some big cities, but there are also some small towns that are on it also.
Are there any surrounding us, any of our neighboring towns outside of New Britain?
I don't know, but I can find out for you.
Okay. And then just one other question. As a user or as somebody who signs on to this system, I mean, the control, I mean, the purchasing, the contracts, the servicing is at the state level. So how much, if something goes wrong, are there contractual, are there response time in terms of if something goes down? I mean, how much input does a user as would Newington have into if there are any changes to the system, or if the system goes down, what's the obligation to get it back, to get the system back up? I just don't, I'm trying to figure out, are we going to be part of a bigger thing where we really won't have an input into any changes or issues? Or is there like a user group where we will have input into anything that goes on with the system?
There is definitely a user group. In fact, Thursday, day after tomorrow, there's a users group. And it's basically, there's two categories of people. What's referred to in the business world as pre-sales and post-sale. Everyone who went into post-sale is on this conference call that we're having on Thursday. The pre-sale, there's also phone calls on that, but it's all the people who were getting their systems going. As for the maintenance, you will pay your share of the maintenance on the two sites that have to be built in Newington to provide the in-building coverage that the public safety community needs. And that's what we call part of the life cycle, the consoles and that fixed network equipment. You will not be charged anything outside of that from a service contract standpoint. Say a transmitter, a site goes down in New Britain. They have sites over there that are both New Britain sites and state sites. That's not your responsibility. The state takes care of that. It's only the equipment that was installed in Newington for the use to augment the coverage for Newington.
Okay. Thank you.
Other council questions or comments? Go ahead, Paul.
Sorry, I just want to let everyone know we also have a small presentation following this that'll cover the Board of Education. So part of the review that Paul did included the entire system, and then he identified the entities that could go on to the Connecticut Land Mobile Radio Network, which is the state system. The Board of Education is on our existing system now, so I'll let Paul speak to that, but there'll be a decision that town would have to make, even if we were to move forward with the public safety community, we have to determine, what we would do with the Board of Education on the existing system, or to look at alternatives. And Paul, if we'll go, we'll queue up the next slide, James.
This one is definitely shorter than the other one. So we address the needs of the public school system. Right now, everybody in town that shares the same system. So the schools are on the same system with the police, with the fire, with the EMS, with the highway, parks, and senior citizens. So the present system appears to meet the current needs of the schools, but I don't think it does. The users think it does, but I've heard things from people during the interviews of, well, yeah, well, you know, it doesn't work there, but if we go to this hallway, it works. That's not a good way to do it. You know, again, commercial grade system, it's owned by Marcus. The licenses are held by Marcus. It isn't fixed until it's broken. Options exist to continue using this system, but some major upgrades would have to be done in order to, or would have to be invested in order to use it to a point where there's not a lot of dead spots in buildings. Again, the RF sites do not meet good engineering practices. I gleaned this off of the other slides. Lack of grounding. Buildings are in need of maintenance. There's fascia boards falling off of buildings where the equipment is housed. Environmental systems inadequate, multiple points of failure. I'm kind of going through these fast because you already saw these on the public safety side. So if you can go to the next page, there is an alternative. The alternative system would improve overall coverage, eliminate multiple points of failure. This is the theme that we're going through here, and improve building coverage. Unfortunately, the Board of Ed does not qualify to go on the state system because they are not a public safety entity. Next slide. One solution to the problem is to install a commercial grade digital mobile radio network, or a DMR network. It's distributed architect, so it eliminates those single point of failures. All the schools would be connected through fiber or an internet connection so that they could all talk to each other. Each school would have its own repeater base station, 7 schools, and 1 additional repeater at the high school site to handle the bus transportation. Each school will have its own talk group plus 1 common talk group. Users can monitor both channels if they want to. If I'm in the high school and I want to talk to somebody in the grammar school, I can go over to their talk group and talk to them directly through this networked system. Users can monitor both channels or a single channel or multiple channels. Intra-school communications is inherent to the system, and it's user selectable. Estimated cost of the system would be $595,000, $860,000, depending on what options that they would like to institute. High-level schedule, we'd have to apply for commercial frequencies for each of the schools. They are available because they're commercial frequencies. Confirm the system configuration based on Board of Ed requirements. Do site visits. Final system cost would have to be determined, again, using the same master contract from the state. Estimated overall time for this project would be 8 to 12 months. It's a much more condensed schedule because it doesn't have the amount of equipment involved in it that the public safety system would. And I think that's it. Yep. Any questions on Board of Ed?
Counselor Minor, I apologize. I didn't see your hand up earlier, and I know you've been waiting.
No, that's fine. I'll yield it if anybody has a question first across
Okay, Counselor Minor is breaking up, but I believe he yielded the floor to anyone else with a question or comment. I don't see any other hands up at this time. Mr. Counselor Minor, did you want to add anything?
Just a couple of quick points, if I may, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Sure.
I think one of the most important things to consider and looking at the state system is to continue conversation for regional opportunities and sharing a resource that is well beyond what we would be able to do on a local level. So I think that's important to consider. I also would like to hear from the stakeholders as to what their views are by their peers in other municipalities to whether or not the system is adequate. I know initially during the construction many years ago, there were concerns, but it appears that the vast majority of those issues have been developed and addressed as the system has grown. I think it's important to note that the backbone of the entire system is paid for these telephone bills. So we're paying for it anyways. We might as well reap the benefits and be able to utilize it. The requirement to build towers, is that a concern on, well, let me just preface this, Paul. Do we have any other alternatives to consider with the exception of going to the state system? I know you said that UHF is clogged up, but are there 800 frequency bands available that we could consider as an alternative? Or is this essentially our only option because we don't own our own frequencies and we don't have enough spectrum to cover? If you could just touch on those quick.
Sure, all of the above. You could, there are probably some 700 megahertz frequencies available. But the problem would be you'd have to build more than 2 sites. This is an add-on to the state system that augments state coverage in the town of Newington. So you might have to build 1 or 2 or 3 more sites. We didn't look into that because it just wasn't economically feasible. If there were UHF frequencies available, the report would have been written more of one versus the other and the pros and cons. I gave an example in my report that outlined basically if you had the frequencies what you could do, but it was just a theoretical because there are no frequencies available.
Okay, so there's no 800 band available, but there are 700 bands currently available?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so a requirement for us to upgrade as part of getting onto the state system, you said we would essentially have to build 2 sites or the backbone of 2 sites. What would be the cost specifically to building those 2 sites on a per unit cost?
For my estimates, I put $1 million a piece in for those.
Okay.
And $50,000 for the consoles at the police department.
Okay, and then you referenced that there any grants on a federal, basically a federal FEMA level or on the coming out of there are only eligible for a P25 system. So if we were to be eligible for grants or pursue, they would only be applicable for a P25 system.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time, Paul.
There is a grant now that I know the fire department is working on for subscriber units, and it specifically says it's the Fire Act grant, and it specifically says it's got to be P25 compatible radios. So you can't buy them and say, well, my neighbor's on P25, so I use them on that. Your system has to be P25.
Okay, and just one last one that I missed. On the highway, parks, senior, where would they be classified? To go over to the commercial system or to be interoperable with our first responders?
Well, my report kind of addresses that, and it's at the discretion of the town, really. The way that we justify putting public works onto the state system is that they may have to clear the road for the fire department or the EMS or the police department, hurricane, snow plowing, whatever. So they let us put the public works entities onto the system. If I could just point out, what we're asking for is not to expend any more money or buy any equipment. The next thing would be is to come back with this list and have a firm price as to exactly what this system would cost.
Okay. And just one quick follow-up. Is there any consideration with the BOE in terms of their school security officers and their, administrative staff to have interoperability in the event of an emergency? I know there are some specific requirements by the schools now on the educational safety standards. Is that a possibility or is that not reasonable?
We want to provide interoperability wherever possible, and in this particular case, it's a good fit. You definitely would have interoperability.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Minor. Counselor Menke?
Yeah, I would agree with Councilor Anist. I'd like to hear from the three chiefs at a future meeting. Maybe we can get them on the agenda just to kind of hash out the radio proposal and what their experiences have been, and maybe they can get an idea from their fellow chiefs that may be on this system that could give us some more insight.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We'll have to make sure that's added to a future agenda. Any other council comment or question? All right, I think we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Zito, for your information this evening and your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is our presentation on, I'm not going to say it right. I'm going to try though. Verigy solar photovoltaics presentation. And I want to first thank you greatly for your patience and hanging in with us on this very late evening. And just one matter of business prior to your beginning, I would like to entertain a motion to extend our meeting past 10:30.
So moved.
Council rules. Thank you. Councilor Menke, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Camillo. This is just a matter of procedure. We didn't want to interrupt you during your presentation, but we are supposed to approve going on beyond 10:30 if there's any action to be taken. So we just have a few items of action after your presentation. So given that, I would, if there's no discussion, I see no hands up, a roll call vote, please.
Sorry. Counselor Anist?
Yes.
Counselor Braverman? Counselor Budraco?
Yes.
Counselor Camillo?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Minor?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono?
Yes.
Counselor Braverman?
Yes. Hold the space bar down.
9-0.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. So I apologize for that brief interruption, but we will now move on to our next presentation. Mr. Chapman, do you want to start us off?
Yes, this is an area where you won't be spending money. You'll actually be saving money if we were to move forward. Quite a bit of money, actually. So what we've been working with over the last, I guess, 10 or 12 months is with, it's a tough, even though the word is small, it is hard to say what Veroji, I don't know what. Anyway, Katie Shelton is the spokesman tonight, representing the company. And so she's here. I would like to just turn it right over to her. But again, this is a positive thing rather than, a negative. So this is good. Katie?
Katie, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. How are you all doing? We appreciate you taking the time to hear our presentation this evening. As Keith mentioned, we've been working with the town on evaluating a number of different sites for the purpose of on-site solar, and we'd love to run through those sites with you this evening. I am being joined by my colleague, Brian Smith. You may hear from him at some point during this presentation, but to just give you a kind of a brief introduction, Verigy is a commercial solar company located right in Hartford, Connecticut. We're focused on the expansion of commercial solar here in the state of Connecticut. We do also work regionally in Maine, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, and New Jersey. Our primary markets are working with municipalities, colleges, universities, and commercial customers. You want to flip to the next slide?
Hold on one moment. It's just giving me some trouble.
Yeah,
No
our
problem.
tech has been very glitchy this evening.
Talk nice to it, James.
That's why I have it muted.
And I don't know if it works with your recording system, but if we need to somehow share one of our screens through the Zoom, we can always try that depending on if this works.
James, this is Paul. I got a copy of the presentation on my laptop as well.
I was trying to pull it up, so I'm glad you said that, Paul, 'cause I'm a bit slower than you.
Is it showing now?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So we realized that solar may not be a familiar concept to some of you that are on the call this evening. So we just wanted to quickly run through a few of the items that we'll be discussing. First and foremost is what's called a PPA, or a power purchase agreement. And that's the option that we've modeled for the town of Newington for a handful of sites that we've looked at. Just to kind of give you an overview of what a power purchase agreement entails, essentially a solar array will be installed at the town of Newington facility or facilities. As we narrow down the list, that will be the best fit. With that, there is no out-of-pocket expense to the town of Newington. Verigy will cover all permitting, interconnection, and necessary approvals for the project. We'll take care of the engineering, procurement, and construction. There's zero out-of-pocket expense on your end whatsoever. In addition to that, as a company, we're responsible for all maintenance and repairs throughout the contract term with the town of Newington. Your only obligation will be to purchase the power that the solar systems will be producing. But that power is going to be offered to the town of Newington at a substantially reduced rate per kilowatt hour, and that rate is fixed for a full 20-year term. On the next couple of slides, we'll walk you through what that will look like site specifically, and what your estimated savings will be throughout that PPA contract term. But just wanted to kind of introduce the topic here in a broad way. One of the terms that you may hear us reference throughout this presentation is what's called a ZREC, and that stands for Zero Emissions Renewable Energy Credits. Essentially, it is contractual revenue that's available through the utility company for the first 15 years that there's on-site solar. And that contractual revenue is paid out to the project owner. So through a power purchase agreement scenario, Verigy is the project owner. We're going to own the systems that are installed at each of your facilities. And as so, because we're receiving this ZREC revenue from the utility company, we're able to reduce the rate that we're offering you for power through that power purchase agreement. We'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation, but there is an annual solicitation run by the utility companies to determine project awards for this incentive. And that is broken up into 3 different buckets. What's called a small ZREC, and that's for systems less than 100 kilowatt AC in system size. Medium ZREC projects are 100 kilowatt AC up to 250 kilowatt AC in system size. And then large ZRECs are 250 kilowatt AC system sizes or larger. The important thing to just note here before we move on is that the ZREC program is actually being phased out this year. We're in year 10 of the program, and it's the last and final year. We will be expecting that there'll be a successor program coming up. However, we don't believe it's going to be as lucrative as the program that's currently in place. I'm going to head to the next slide. So just to explain, on your utility bill, when you have the presence of on-site solar at your facility, we'll be offsetting your generation, transmission, and distribution charges. Basically, that's anything that's volumetric or billed out per kilowatt hour on your utility bill. You will still receive a utility bill from Eversource. And generally, that's going to consist of any demand charges that you're currently being assessed. In addition to that, you're also going to be receiving a utility bill from Verigy, where we're billing you out for the energy that's produced by the solar array at that discounted PPA rate that we're offering you per kilowatt hour for the power that's produced. You've heard me note that with a power purchase agreement option, it is for a 20-year contract term where you're locking in a very low discounted rate for power throughout that duration of the contract. At the end of the PPA term, there are a number of options that would be available to the town of Newington. First would be to continue to extend the power purchase agreement option. It's offered in 5-year increments. In addition to that, you could choose to buy out the system at the end of the PPA term. It's generally for a nominal fee. It would be the fair market value at the end of the 20 years. And to give you an idea, the life expectancy of these systems is 35 years. So you would still have 15 years of expected production from those systems. The last option would be to have Verigy come and remove the array from each of the facilities, and that would be at no cost to the town of Newington. So some of the main benefits of going solar, obviously it's clean, renewable energy. You're locking in a discounted rate for power for that full 20-year term. In addition to that, as I mentioned, there's zero upfront investment required by the town of Newington. And on top of that, Verigy is going to be responsible for all maintenance and repairs on the system throughout that contract term. Beyond that, obviously you have your environmental benefits. It's an educational and socially responsible project. You've heard a presentation this evening focusing on some necessary upgrades at a number of your facilities, one of which was some required roof work at a handful of locations. We just wanted to touch upon the fact that Verigy will be working with the town before any solar system is installed at any of the locations, just kind of checking the boxes on a number of items to make sure that the site is in fact solar suitable. First is going to be a structural analysis. We have a third-party engineer that would come out to each of the locations. They'll complete a review to make sure that the building itself has the necessary structural capacity to withhold the solar system that's going to be installed. Next would be a roofing feasibility analysis, where we'll make a site visit to the site and use any necessary or available documentation in order to evaluate roof age and condition before a solar array is installed. If you do have any locations that currently have existing roofing warranties and or any of the facilities that you plan to complete roof work on, we would work with those roofing contractors to get an overburden waiver in place, and that will protect any existing roofing warranties. They will not be voided by having solar on site. We know that there's some work that you guys are evaluating. We just wanted to make a quick note here that, as I mentioned, the ZREC program, that utility incentive that's very important for these projects, is being phased out this year. So if you are considering solar for the list of sites that we're going to be reviewing here in just a second, if roof work needs to occur, we would still encourage you to apply for that DREC incentive. You're able to select what's called a delivery term start date, and that's essentially the date that that renewable energy credit would commence. For the small ZREC projects, that's anything under 100 kilowatt AC system size, you would have until July of 2022 to complete the project or have it installed. For any of those medium or large ZREC projects, so anything over 250 kilowatt AC in system size, you would have until April of 2023 before the ZRECs would commence. So we wanted to just include a quick summary slide here. We're going to look at each of the sites on a granular level. You can see the full list of sites here on the left-hand side. To give you an overview, the portfolio of sites that we've looked at would provide cumulative savings over the PPA term of $5,168,889, or an average annual savings to the town of $258,446. You want to flip to the next slide? So the first site that we'll look at is the John Patterson Elementary School. So this is the layout that we've come up with for this location. Using 400 watt modules, we would be looking at a system size of 278 kilowatt DC. To give you an idea, year one, this would be producing 301,662 kilowatt hours of energy for that particular facility. I want to flip to the next slide. So as I mentioned, with on-site solar, what we are offsetting is your generation, transmission, and distribution charges. In working with Keith, we were able to collect utility bills for each of the locations that we identified. Looking at a bill for this facility, your offsettable utility rate, your generation, transmission, and distribution charges totaled 9.93 cents. In comparison, under a power purchase agreement offered through Verigy through on-site solar, we would be offering you a fixed rate of 4.5 cents, and that is fixed for a full 20-year term. To walk you through kind of how to read these charts here, the first yellow column, what we're showing you is essentially what your expected utility expense would be if you did nothing and continued to purchase power from Eversource at your current rate of 9.93 cents. So year one, assuming 301,662 kilowatt hours, that would equate to $29,961 that you would be paying to Eversource. Under the power purchase agreement, because we're offering you this substantially discounted rate of 4.5 cents per kilowatt hour, you would only be paying $13,575 for the power that's produced through the solar array, which would provide the town of Newington a annual discount of $16,386 off the utility bill for this specific site. You can see year over year, we're expecting that your savings will increase, and that's because we anticipate that the utility rates with Eversource will continue to rise over the 20-year term. We use an inflation rate of 2.99% per year in the modeling. Over the 20-year PPA contract, the total expected savings specific to this site would be $504,750. You want to flip to the next slide? Next site that we looked at was the town hall facility. So for this site, again, we used 400 watt modules. We were able to design a system size just over 251 kilowatt DC, which will have a year one production estimate of 288,435 kilowatt hours of energy. And flip to the next slide. For this site, looking at the utility bill that was provided, the offsettable utility rate is 9.62 cents. through the power purchase agreement that's being offered through the on-site solar system. Your PPA rate for power would be 4.8 cents per kilowatt hour, fixed for the full 20-year term. Year one savings for this site would be estimated at $13,911. Cumulative savings over the 20-year term is $443,370 for this location. Next site was Martin Kellogg Middle School. So for this site, there's already solar on site. What we would be looking to do is expand the presence of solar. You are allowed to secure an additional ZREC contract for the purposes of expanding solar on site. So for this location, we would be designing a 142 kilowatt DC system size, which would produce an additional 165,292 kilowatt hours of energy per year for the school.
Bless you.
Nice.
Next slide. So for this site, offsettable utility rate is 9.82 cents per kilowatt hour. We would be offering a fixed rate of 3.98 cents per kilowatt hour for the full 20-year term. Year one savings is estimated at $9,643, with the cumulative savings over the PPA term totaling $288,037. Next site was the John Wallace Middle School. So again, for this location, there is already a rooftop array. What we would be looking to do is apply for another ZREC contract for this location and install a system to help offset the additional energy use there on site. So with the system that we're proposing for this location, it would be a 351 kilowatt DC system size, with year one production estimates of 405,890 kilowatt hours of energy. At this location, the utility rate is 17.09 cents per kilowatt hour. The PPA rate that we would be offering would be 4.28 cents per kilowatt hour, fixed for the full 20-year term. This is a sizable array that we would be installing at this facility, and that would provide just over $52,000 in savings year one. Cumulative savings over the PPA term would total $1,437,333. Next was the Highway Department. So for this site, we would be looking to install just under a 90 kilowatt DC system size, and that's going to produce just under 103,000 kilowatt hours of energy year one. Offsettable utility rate for this location is 9.93 cents. We would be offering a fixed PPA rate of 4.49 cents. Cumulative savings over the PPA term would total $172,375. Next site was the Elizabeth Green Elementary School. For this location, we designed a 254 kilowatt DC system size with year one production totaling just under 295,000 kilowatt hours of energy. Offsettable utility rate for this location is 9.77 cents. Verigy would be offering a fixed rate of 4.59 cents per kilowatt hour for the full 20-year term. Cumulative savings would total $475,892. For the Ruth Chafee Elementary School, we designed a 246 kilowatt DC system size. This would have year one production just under 287,000 kilowatt hours of energy. For this site, your offsettable utility rate is 9.77 cents per kilowatt hour. We're going to be offering a fixed rate for the full 20-year term of 4.67 cents, providing savings totaling $458,880. For the senior center, we have a system size just under 75 kilowatt DC with estimated year one production 86,295 kilowatt hours. For this site, your offsettable utility rate is 9.93 cents per kilowatt hour. We're offering a rate of 5.04 cents per kilowatt hour fixed for a full 20-year term. Cumulative savings here is $136,559.
If I may interrupt, Katie, it is obvious that James is having some difficulty in getting this complete. You have about another 25 slides to go?
I don't know, to be honest, with where we're at in the deck.
Why don't we
can tell
skip to the conclusion part of it, and the council will get the full package anyway, but I think it would be, for time purposes, why don't you go on to the summary section?
The council does have this presentation in our K Drive folders and our town council for tonight's meeting. There is this attachment for us to review. I know I saw it before the meeting.
Yes, I think if you jump to slide 43 out of 50, that would be kind of where we start picking up on some of the summary info.
Thank you.
So at your convenience, feel free to run through the list of sites for the portfolio here. In terms of the environmental benefits, we'd be looking to offset 2,168 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. The slide is just breaking down what that looks like in terms of gallons of gasoline consumed or miles driven by a vehicle. I want to flip to the next slide. In addition to the monetary benefits to the town of Newington, environmental benefits, there's also great opportunity for public relations and marketing. We've included a snip here of an article from a West Hartford project that we completed at the town hall facility. We also recently just wrapped up a project at King Phillips Middle School for the town of West Hartford. And this was a Flip the Switch event that we did with the mayor. So just a quick recap and next steps. So again, here's the full list of sites. You guys can go through it at your convenience. Nuts and the bolts of it is over the PPA term, we'll be saving the town of Newington cumulatively $5,168,889 by having on-site solar at these locations.
And Katie, I just want to point something out. If you could go back one slide, just real quick. On this slide as well, obviously, we hope everything's fairly intuitive, but the one column that you might see is the system offset percentage. What we're trying to do when we design these solar projects is offset as much of your annual usage as possible. So trying to get as close to 100%. In some instances, the roof size just isn't large enough to allow for that to hit as high as we would like. Or in some instances, like Martin Kellogg Middle School, there's already some solar that was on the site. So we're trying to add some more, which is why that percentage is lower. You can see, though, that for a majority of these sites, we are getting up, above 80%, and in many cases above 90%, and even getting close to 100. So that would give you an indication that for those sites that are very close to your usage, you would have a very small bill from Eversource on a go-forward basis. For the sites where it's a little lower, of course, you'll still be buying some kilowatt hours from Eversource, which would be at your normal rate. But the fact that 80% of it, let's say, using one of the examples, is coming from the solar project, at least for that 80% of kilowatt hours, you would be locked into that lower rate for that percentage of the facility's usage. So I just wanted to point out a little bit about that column as well and our kind of design approach.
Great, thank you. Any questions from, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I didn't know if you were if you completed the presentation. I'll open it up for questions.
So I think we just had
I think there's just one more important slide.
Okay, great.
Yeah, one more. If you want to just flip to the next one. So obviously the next steps that we would recommend is going through the list that we think are solar ready and so solar beneficial, and making sure you guys agree with the list that we put together. From there, the next steps that we would recommend would be to put together a power purchase agreement for each of the locations. You've seen the rates that we've offered broken down by each site. The most important thing that we'll need to do as a next step is submit for that ZREC incentive for each of the locations. For the medium and large ZREC projects, so anything over 250 kilowatt AC system size, there's an upcoming auction that's set to take place. We're expecting April or May timeframe of this year, and we'll need to submit into that auction in order to secure the incentives for your facility. The smaller ZREC projects, we can apply for it on a rolling basis, but it is first come, first serve. So we'll want to get those in as quickly as possible if this is a project that is moving forward for the town of Newington. That's it.
If I may jump in at this point, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm sorry that we're cutting it a little bit short, but it's getting late.
No problem.
I just want to let the council know that currently we have ZRECs for the town hall and for Patterson. So they're already available. And those two projects, I believe roof-wise, certainly the new town hall should be able to go for 20 years before we need another roof. Patterson, we're going to look at certainly, but I believe that roof is in good shape. So, part of what we would like to do moving forward is, once we have all of our ducks in a row, is to proceed with those two buildings, because we don't want to lose these ZRECs. And if we don't get moving at some point, they will end, and then we're probably never going to get this chance again. So just food for thought. But we don't need any decisions made within the next week or so. We just want to let you know that at some point we would be asking you to support trying to get both solar on Patterson and on the town hall.
Councilor Mankey?
So it's my understanding we can do this one building at a time.
So you certainly can. We basically listed out what the pricing would be currently for each location. we'll model it out. The one kind of caveat here is that direct contract. This is the last year of it, and it does equate to a substantial portion of the economics that go into presenting that discounted offer to the town.
Okay. Thank you.
And to further the answer in case, you could tell that we priced all of these deals individually. We try to design the system, look at what we'd feel it would cost us to build it, and then come up with an offer based on our build cost that goes as low as possible for the town. So they're not necessarily contingent on each other. So from that standpoint, certainly if, you have a list of, I think maybe 12 locations here, if for a variety of reasons, you didn't want to go with all 12, that doesn't mean that, we're going to change the pricing or look to, raise the rates because you're only going with 6 or 8 or 10 or whatever the case may be. So each deal can stand on its own. Of course, we'd love all 12, but
Right,
yeah,
yeah,
they can
yeah.
stand on their own.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Donahue?
Yeah, just a question on, all these systems are monitored by Verigy? I mean, there's some kind of computer thing that looks at the efficiency of the systems and, reports back to you if there's a problem.
That's correct. You'll have access to that monitoring software as well, so you'll be able to track production site by site, but Verigy will be monitoring it on our end to make sure the system's performing as it should be, and if not, we'll give you a call to come out and schedule maintenance at that point in time.
Right, so if a solar, let's say an array goes bad, you guys are responsible for replacing it, we have nothing to do with it?
That's correct. We are covering all maintenance and repairs throughout the entire contract term.
All right, and what is the efficiency of the panels? Like,
Brian, do you want to cover that?
Yeah, so I guess it's hard to put into words exactly. I mean, I think solar panels as a whole have something like a 20% efficiency conversion from sunlight hitting them into energy. But in terms of, what you'd expect to get out of the system, and to answer a little more on your question, the software gives us 15-minute interval data. So every 15 minutes we get reports on what is produced during that 15-minute interval. It also triggers alarms if something happens. So there's a variety of what's called inverters on the site that convert the electricity from DC to AC, which is what, the building uses. And if one of those inverters were to trip or go down, the rest of the solar array can still operate. And then we would get an alarm to say, oh, this inverter went down. So we know, we got to either remotely, reconfigure it and fix it, or potentially send out one of our team members to site to do a fix. So from that standpoint, we're constantly monitoring it, and also looking at what do we expect it produced based on the weather versus what is it actually producing, so that we can do that analysis and figure out, okay, we haven't gotten an alarm necessarily, but something seems to be up with the solar array to make sure it's working. We also perform annual preventative maintenance visits to go out and retorque any connections, and just test the array on an annual basis to make sure, again, it's operating optimally. And of course, just from a standpoint of, the more kilowatt hours we produce, the more we get to sell the town, which not only saves you more money, but of course makes us more money too. So from that standpoint, we are certainly incentivized to make sure these solar projects are producing as much as possible for the benefit of both the town and ourselves, if that at least helps answer a little more.
It does, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other council comment or question? Okay. Again, if you are reviewing the materials, I apologize, Councilor Minor has his hand up. Councilor Minor?
A little slow tonight for some reason. Just a couple, I'll make them as quick as I can. Do you offer design build services or just PPA agreements?
Were you able to hear his question? He sounds like he's in slow motion.
Yeah. Design build services or just PPA options?
Yes,
Okay. Brian, do you want to cover that?
correct, yes.
Yeah. I assume by design build, you're kind of referring to, could the town purchase the solar array or fund it themselves?
That's correct.
The simple answer is yes. We certainly could offer that to the town. The reason we typically go at a PPA approach for the town is for a town or municipalities for a couple reasons. The ownership of a solar project generates the investment tax credit, and a municipality as a tax exempt entity can't take advantage of those tax credits. So usually that makes, a payback period for a purchase for a municipality to be much longer than, let's say, if we offered a purchase option to a commercial client who has a tax liability and wants to take those tax credits in order to help offset their tax liability. So that's certainly one reason why we tend to focus on a PPA offer for a municipality. The other reason is just knowing that, especially with some of the things that were presented earlier, you've got a certain fixed budget or sometimes limited budget to spend on various town projects, and the PPA is a way to, not have to utilize any town funds in order to build and get the project up and running. So for those two reasons, at least, we tend to focus on a power purchase agreement for municipalities. But if there was, grant money or something else, or just there was budgetary funds that the town wanted to utilize to own a solar project, which would also mean the town gets to get the ZREC revenues from the contract instead of us. So while you can't take tax credits, you at least, once you've bought the system, essentially have kind of like free energy from there on out, and you can collect those ZREC revenues to help offset that purchase price. But ultimately, yes, we can offer, design build or purchase and sale type structures to the town if interested.
Okay, so that was why I was going at that, is when we initially had the town hall presentation and proposal for the build, is there should be information on what the return on investment was, and that was calculated into the cost of construction. So Keith, I don't know if you had an opportunity to have Paul or you review it, but that's just something to look at. And I think that's how we ended up with the ZRECs for town hall, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll look into that, Chris. I don't believe that's how that was accomplished, but we'll look into it.
All right. And the other thing was was there ever a consideration, Keith, for solar fields for the town landfill that's been capped? I know a lot of municipalities are looking at that.
Yeah, that's one site that we would ask Katie and her staff to look at. There are a couple others in town that we're considering. We did look at, for an example, at the Young Farm. If we were to do something down there, how that would work if we turn that into a solar field. So there are opportunities, but it's a trade-off on open space versus having these panels. So we want to look a little bit further and see where else, the old I-291 corridor, there may be some opportunities that not that we own the land, but if we acquired it from the state, we may be able to install them along that old corridor. So we'll have to look at that. But our focus right now was to look at the buildings and prioritize which buildings we could go to. And the roof condition is going to be the key at this point.
Right.
Okay, just one last one for Anna Reynolds. I believe, if I'm correct, that is an eligible construction cost that is reimbursable. That's just something to consider as well on that project.
I would hope that any building that the town has in the future that gets renovated would be an automatic solar installation. I mean, why we didn't do it in the town hall doesn't make much sense to me, but we certainly don't want to continue to make that type of mistake in the future.
Yeah, lacking $400,000, that's why. Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Thanks.
What's left of it.
You too. You as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, folks, we will move on now to the next item on our agenda. We are done with new business and we're on to resignations and appointments. We do have some before us this evening for the Board of Ethics. Counselor Menke, if you would.
I have two appointments. Hang on one second.
Second.
Wait a minute. Resolved. The Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments. Board of Ethics, Gavin Donahue, member, 28 Maple Hill Avenue, Party R, term 1/26/21 to 11/30/2024. Replaces A. Philo, de facto member. Christine Wagner, 217 Beacon Street, Party R, term 1/26/2021 to 11/30/2021. A vacancy, resignation of J. Donahue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion on these appointments?
Is that date right?
Which one?
1/26/2021 to 11/30/2021?
It's 11/30/2020. Oh, for Kristen, you're right. That should be 24. The
Is it
end date.
24 or 21?
That's 24.
24, I'm sorry then. I amend the motion to make it 11/30/2024. Thank you for catching that.
All right, so the resolution has been amended. Is there a second?
Second it again.
Thank you, Counselor Nagel. Any discussion? Counselor Anist.
Yes, thank you. Since there's a new policy that's now in effect, that I was just advised from the majority leader, I would request in the future that all appointments that are being sent to the town clerk should come to the minority or majority leader first for their vetting and then given to the town clerk to be put on the agenda. Tim, do you agree?
I believe I sent these to you last week to all three of us. You,
I got him with the agenda on Friday, and I didn't know that this new protocol was going to be taking place. So I'm just asking in the future, before they're sent to the town clerk, that we send them to each other first to do whatever needs to be done to vet, and then
sure I can do that. I believe I had done that, but I'll double check.
and then forwarded to the town. We're not opposing these appointments tonight, but I'm just saying in the future, since we have to do this, that our appointments have to go before you guys, that I would request the same here and give us the opportunity to do whatever we need to do on our end. That's all.
Yeah, I think
Thank
if you look on your personal email, I sent this to you on January 21st. I sent it to the town clerk, to you, and to the mayor.
Right, but I didn't realize that you needed that much time to look at ours. So I'm just asking in the future that we won't put them on the agenda until we get back to each other. And that goes reciprocal both ways.
It's fine with me.
Okay, thank you.
Just to interject a little bit, I thought that the procedure was simply that it had to be submitted by the Friday deadline for agenda so that there would be at least a few days ahead to review.
Well, our problem is that when our town committee meets, sometimes it will be 3 or 4 weeks before we can get our appointments in. So that's why I'm asking for this consideration. That's all. We're going to hold back our appointments for this evening to give you the opportunity to do what you need to do. But I'm just asking in the future that, before they're given to the town clerk, they're given to each respective
We were going to
majority or minority leader.
plant marijuana there.
Okay. Okay. So we have a motion on the table. It has been seconded. If there's any other discussion. Seeing none, we'll go ahead with a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. The next item is refunds for an approval of January 26, 2021 refunds for overpayment of taxes. Deputy Mayor Budraco, please.
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $2,705.16 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Menke. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Boudreaux,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo, Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Moving on to minutes of previous meetings we have before us this evening for consideration. The regular meeting minutes of November 20th, 2020, regular meeting November 24th, 2020, and regular meeting December 8th, 2020. I'll entertain a motion to accept those minutes as written.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Menke. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Nagel. Discussion on these. All right, seeing none, hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Boudreaux,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
Yes,
9-0.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Next item on the agenda is written oral communications from the town manager. Mr. Chapman, anything?
I just want to go back to the COVID-19 situation. The vaccine situation is out of control at this time. No one seems to know what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to do it. There's 18 different ways of getting an appointment, yet when you try to get an appointment, the phones are tied up or no one responds. You go on to a voicemail. You know, we're trying everything in our power at a town level to work with the district to get this going. And I know that the district is extremely disappointed in the fact that we've not received any vaccine to date. And who knows if we'll get any next week or the week after. And we know that there are people that do not have the ability to communicate through the computers and the phones. And we're trying to work with those people, but it is a very difficult situation. And everyone's just got to understand that the system is broke at the very top. And when it's broke at the top, it's tough for us to be able to move through and get done what has to get done. So, you know, the decisions on where this vaccine is even going at this point. I mean, our district was eliminated this week. Doesn't make any sense. We have people that are 75 and older, but for some reason, others decide that our district didn't need any this week. So I just want you to know that we're all frustrated, but we're doing the best we can.
Absolutely, thank you. Okay, moving on to council liaison committee reports. Counselor Anist.
Thank you. I had something for Keith.
I apologize.
No, it's okay, but this is kind of a liaison report. I was at the NEMS meeting last Monday night. And Chief Mangum brought up that there's a task force or a committee that you have put together with the 3 chiefs.
To deal with the communications issue?
No, it was another, like, so they can work together. It wasn't for the radios, but did you put together like a task force with the 3 chiefs?
I'm trying to think what was the meeting that we all were at. You know, I think
He looked at me like I knew what he was talking about and I didn't, and I kind of felt like I was out in left field. So
I think it's related to the radio system. And we may have got into other topics, but
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what he's referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, Keith, following up on our last meeting, I believe we had discussed Barber Road, asking if the funds had been transferred into the property acquisition account. Did you get a chance to see if there was actually a holdup with that closing, or if it did occur, and what the status of the funds were if it did occur?
Yes, it has occurred. I just talked with the town attorney today. He is transmitting that payment over to the town. I believe by the end of the week, it'll be in finance's hands. So yes, that is a completed transaction now.
Okay, and are we gonna deposit those directly into the land acquisition account, or does it have to go to somewhere else first and then get transferred? How does that work?
Yeah, I don't know. I think probably Janet's off at this point. I will find out tomorrow morning and I'll send out an email to all of you to let you know how that works.
Is building committee broke out to a subcommittee to vet the 16 original architects that had been selected to try to get the number down to a manageable level to go to the next process, RFP process, and final interviews and RFPs for those architects. What's the status of the continuation of that project? Because at this point, I think if we hold much more than a month or two, we're going to start to fall off the timeline. Do you know where we stand at that point, or are we just going to have that as part of the overall budget considerations?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question. What project are you referring to?
Anna Reynolds with the architect selection process. At this point,
I don't have an update on where that stands. I think there were some counselors that were at the last Anna Reynolds Project Building Committee that may have more information or more timely information. I don't know if anybody wants to chime in.
Yeah, no, being on that committee, I was just asking if what the status was in regards to funding to continue the advancement of selecting an architect and moving that project forward, or if we're going to wait until after the budget process.
Just from my perspective, I think you should wait until after the budget process gets completed, because as you heard tonight, you're facing some major expenses that have to be funded in some fashion, and I don't know how this is all going to shake out in the end.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
We will move on to public participation. Any member of the public can raise their hand in the Zoom app, or if calling by phone, you can be acknowledged by the *9 function. And Ms. Lyons is first. Go ahead, Ms. Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I have to be honest, I've been in and out of the meeting here. It's been such a long one. I don't know how all of you are staying awake, and for those of you that have to go to work in the morning, God bless you for staying with it. I don't even know how you can comprehend everything that was talked about tonight, let alone at this late hour. But in any case, I'm just wondering if perhaps when you have discussions regarding land that we're going to take into our possession, or even if we're going to buy it and there's certain restrictions on it, I understood the town manager to say that there would be something recorded on the land records as far as the deed as to the restrictions and so forth, but it seemed like that was more detailed in your resolution. Just a thought, maybe we can have verbatim minutes when things are discussed like that, because it seems in the past there's been questions about what can and cannot be done on the Young Farm. I thought I heard the town manager mention something about solar panels there. I've heard discussions at other meetings regarding the use of the Eddy Farm. I'm just hoping that somewhere in the records in this town, we have a complete list of what grants were received and what the conditions were with those grants. I have in the past, like I said, heard various discussions, and it's all, well, I think what happened was, and just most recently is with the capital improvements budget. Nobody seems to really know how it evolved and why it evolved, and there was no feedback from the people that were involved in it when it was changed. In any case, once again, I want to thank you all for bearing with all of this tonight. It's very difficult, and I hope your agendas are less and less for a couple of weeks until you get into the budget, because that's going to be the long haul for you. And again, I just wonder the reasoning behind changing the public hearings when hardly anybody shows up, and I doubt that people are going to be traveling too far, unfortunately, because of the COVID crisis. Once again, good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Next up is Mr. McLean.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome back. Just as a point of procedure, please state your name and address for the record again. Thank you.
Jeff McLean, 18 6th Street. I'm 2 hours over my bedtime. I don't know where you guys all stand. I wish I partaked more in these meetings, and I'm going to definitely attempt to, as long as they're not this late. I think that the Owens report and the Verogi solar was very good. I think it's great that the town is going to try to go in a energy conservation mode or a long-term savings mode. I believe that they should look into potentially purchasing the solar systems. I understand that no matter what, they're going to save money. But as a taxpayer, the town saves much more money if we invest in it. Hey, we'll pay $1 million or $1.5 million for a roof that's good for 25 years. But I don't understand why we wouldn't think about spending that kind of money for solar, where we would recoup 100% of the generation, and also the Z-Rex. And I understand that they are not real simple to get, but if you do get them, all that money comes back to the town also. There is potential grants out there through different agencies and even the federal government for municipalities. I will continue to follow this, and hopefully I can be a help to the decision makers. And beyond that, I'd love to try to get a report so I could show some people some numbers too. I'm fairly knowledgeable at being able to calculate energy and things of that nature. So beyond that, thank you very much for hearing me, and thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. And the next caller that has their hands raised, the phone number ends in 150. I don't have anything beyond that. If you could unmute.
Hi, this is Diane Stam, 104 Steeplechase Drive, and I want to commend both the town council and the town manager for putting together the evaluation on all the buildings. When I wear my hat as the president of the Board of Trustees for the library, we do have a long history of leaks. In 2014, 7 years ago, we had a huge leak. It required us to punch holes in the wall and remove drywall to dry out the area. The upstairs children's area, as well as the downstairs quiet area, was destroyed with water. We lost $5,000 worth of our collection materials, which for others are books and reference materials, things like that. And at the time, we applied to insurance. It was all cleaned up and what have you. And you would hope that we were doing well. But here we are in October. We had more leaks in the building. The ceiling over the reference desk and fiction area, again, it was a library employee, Dave Brown, who came in and happened to spot a bulging ceiling tile just before it let go. So our facilities folks came over and provided some plastic. We had to shift books around and put buckets out and put out plastic on the floor and everything else for that area. And then in December, because it's not a good year unless you have more than one leak, over the Christmas weekend we had another leak. So I was happy to see that on the second page that Owens inserted that the roof repair on the library was bumped up a little bit on that list. So again, I see from that list that every building in the town needs maintenance, and I'm hoping that having this comprehensive report helps us focus a little bit more on some of the maintenance items that we have throughout the town. I do like the idea of the solar panels, and hopefully having some of that money come back. I don't know if it's right for us to own it, as the last speaker said. Do we have the expertise to maintain that? Because it seems to me that as we cut our budgets and try to maintain costs in certain areas, we're giving up some depth on our benches, just in terms of having a person to send somewhere to look at something, not only having a person with the right expertise to take care of things. So again, I commend you for trying to get your arms around the whole town at once and figure out what's going on there. And I'm just concerned about the library, the roof there, the leaks, and it's more than just drywall and carpeting and calling in ServPro. It's the matter of keeping our collections available and alive. Again, our budgets are always cut. Not saying that it's just the library budget, but I know we're running skinny, and we can't afford to replace valuable items like this when we're not keeping up with regular collections. So I thank you for your time. I certainly thank you for your time tonight, and I don't envy you the budget process this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stam. Okay. One more look at our attendees window, and I do not see anyone else's hands up, so we will move on to remarks by counselors. All right, I don't see any. I'd just like to thank everybody for your time and patience this evening. Not only the presentations were lengthy and of quite a bit of substance for us to now digest, but also technology was not our friend this evening. So I thank you for your patience and for sticking in with us this evening. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Counselor Menke and seconded by Counselor Donahue. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We stand adjourned at 10:59 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
Aye.